I'm very pleased to
Everybody. A couple of people will arrive a bit late because of travel or family commitments, but we can already start the works of this conference. I'm Guglielmo Meardi, so welcome everybody as dean of this little faculty. You're all welcome here for one of the discussions that we organize about problems around work, inequality, and social policy. This is a Scuola Normale Superiore, is an institution that was created by Napoleon in 1810 in Pisa on the model of the École Normale Supérieure, but this faculty is a bit younger, only 10-year-old here in Florence, and I'm very honored of being currently the dean after the service of Donatella Della Porta, who founded it. We are a very small institution, but very research intensive. We have a little master program, which from next year will be called Politics, Economics, and Sustainability, and a PhD program, which is our flagship in sociology and political science, where our main areas of research are social movements, political economy, comparative politics, and labor sociology and labor relations. So that is very much also this event linked to our teaching and research commitment. We also have a nice group of postdoc researchers on these fields. We also host a Scuola Normale Superiore di Istituto di Studi Avanzati Carlo Azeglio Ciampi. Ciampi, well, all Italians know who he was, but if somebody doesn't know it, he was, he studied at Scuola Normale, and then he grew up to become, among other things, Prime Minister and President of the Italian Republic. And for people in industrial relations, it's very important because our current collective bargaining system takes the name of Ciampi, the Ciampi Protocol of 1993. Today we'll discuss it, but please, even if we criticize it, be respectful to our Carlo Azeglio Ciampi and his effort. And Mario Pianta is the director of the Ciampi Institute, which, among other things, has an important visiting scholar scheme, which we already had as guests many people who are experts of labor issues, such as Filippo Shea, Jonathan Zeitlin, David Soskis. We'll soon have Dominique Moeda, Catherine Thelen, Roland Derne, and so on. So the one thing, then, the one word I would like to say before we start the work is that this conference we are holding today actually had been planned 4 years ago. And the idea came very much with collaboration with Ralf Rogowski, who is a former colleague of mine at the University of Warwick, where I was, we both used to be, and very much missed the colleague Riccardo Del Punta, whom Ralf has known for a long time. I got the opportunity to know him in 2018, where he was a guest at Warwick in my center and in the law school, and we organized a conference on labor market reforms. So when I arrived here in Florence in 2019, Riccardo, I didn't know many people in Florence. Riccardo was one of the few people I had as a reference point, actually one of the very first people I saw after landing in Florence, and we immediately thought that we should go on and keep the debate going. We had organized a labor market reforms conference. Let's also see at the wage setting side. Let's set up a conference. So we organized one, which was planned nearly exactly 4 years ago, and was one, unfortunately, of the first events that were cancelled because of the pandemic. Still, the dialogue kept going. Unfortunately, we kept in touch very much with Riccardo, seeing him less and less because, unfortunately, there was the pandemic and also his health deteriorated and he had to shelter mostly because to avoid infection. But he was still very committed to this. So a year and a half ago, we had started again to try to organize it. Unfortunately, he passed away in November 2022. So unfortunately, today, finally, we managed to hold this event. In the meanwhile, the topic has become even more important. 4 years ago, there was no directive. 4 years ago, in Italy, the minimum wage was still something for relatively marginal political actors. Now it is at the center of the political debate. So we are unfortunately holding it without Riccardo Del Punta, but very much thanks to Riccardo Del Punta, to his inspiration, to his indefatigable commitment to the study of labor market reforms and labor law. So I would like to ask Ralf to say a few words about his work.
There's actually not much more to say. Guillermo did already a good job in debating and the involvement of Riccardo in organizing this workshop. Riccardo was, and I was actually a good friend of Riccardo, so it's difficult to really talk about him without emotions. Was only 65 years old when he died, so it was very early loss, and he was a professor of labor law in the Florence. But he was also a Tuscan, and he was from Tuscany, not from Florence. He was from Pisa. Rivalry between Pisa and Florence, but it was not a rivalry in this case. Okay, so I met Riccardo at a labor law conference, and I was immediately struck by his critical assessment of both traditional labor law and economic theory in general. He was very much inspired in his work by the approach known as the capability approach of Amartya Sen and Martha Nussbaum. And he applied it to labor law, and probably he would see himself as a major figure in this attempt to use the capability approach, which of course focuses on the enhancing of individual capabilities and improving individual capabilities as the ultimate goal of economic policies. However, he also was, of course, and Guillermo already mentioned this, very much interested in criticizing labor market policy and labor law. And at the conference Guillermo mentioned, we organized at Warwick, he gave a presentation on Italian labor law reform. And among a number of most insightful comments on Italian labor market reform was a discussion of the importance of what he called decentralized collective bargaining. So that would have probably what he would have contributed here in this workshop to rethink the concept of decentralization of collective bargaining, but also apply it concretely to Italian labor law and what can be done. So in the article he published as a result of our workshop in Warwick, which was published, by the way, in the International Journal of Comparative Labor Law and Industrial Relations, we can already read his comments. Unfortunately, he can't make these comments, but I think we have to continue now.
So thank you very much, Ralf. Even if Riccardo is not there, this remains an event in collaboration with the University of Florence. I'm very grateful to Giulia Frosecchi for being here and coordinating the program of this event, which is very much in the spirit of the dialogue between me and Ralf and Riccardo, a dialogue between labor law and people in industrial relations, economic sociology, and political economy. It's a dialogue which has an important tradition in Italy, and it needs always, every historical periods need to revamp, let's say, this kind of dialogue in order to address the changing issues of the world of work. So thank you, Giulia, who will chair the first session. So I think we can already start, and then thank you, Mario and Ralf. I would call the presenters of the first session, were Igor, Mattia, Georg, and Fausta. I also say good morning to Silvana Sciarra, who will be the keynote speaker this afternoon. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now it works. Also, on behalf of the Department of Legal Sciences of the University of Florence, and especially on behalf of the group of labor lawyers I belong to, allow me to mention Maria Luisa Vallauri and William Chiaramonte, who is about to join, and of course, Professor Silvana Sciarra, who is honoring us today with her presence and conclusions in the end. And we're particularly grateful for that. I'm sending also the greetings from the Department of Legal Sciences, and I would like to express our happiness for this collaboration that continues and did not fade away with the premature departure of Riccardo Del Punta. So coming now to our first session, we immediately step into the very interdisciplinary character of this seminar, which I believe is an excellent way to address this issue, not to say the only way, maybe, the issue of minimum wage or collective bargaining. And we start with a contribution by Igor Guardiancich, I practice, I must be honest. And Mattia Guidi, we had in the program as well. I don't know if you're stepping in. Okay, then, but it's shared. And Igor Guardiancich is assistant professor at the Department of Political Science, Law and International Studies of the University of Padova. And while Mattia is associate professor of political science at the Department of Social, Political and Cognitive Sciences at the University of Siena. They will provide, let's say, a recent historical perspective that I guess will help us to understand what triggered a discussion within the EU institutions around the directive on minimum wage. So please, Igor, you have the floor. You have, I was told you have 15, 20 minutes, but let's say 15 minutes with some flexibility.
Okay, so what we tried, I and Mattia, to achieve with this paper is actually to understand what are the external, I mean, there have been a lot of reforms, a lot of influences on wage setting in the EU since global financial crisis and so on. And basically what we tried to achieve with this paper is to understand whether external influences on national policy making have made a difference or not in the past 10, 15 years, right? So at the center of the whole analysis is, of course, the European Commission, and within it, the European semester policy cycle. Why? Of course, because as you all probably know, within the European semester, the European Commission issues country-specific recommendations to individual member states. And despite the fact that European institutions, according to the treaty, have only limited competence in national wage setting, these institutions have stepped up dramatically their influence on national policymaking in the past 15 years, let's say. So the two research questions that inform our paper are, so the first one is, what drives the formulation of the Commission's recommendations, which has been, now I have to give to Caesar what is Caesar's, already answered in a paper by Joshua Kova, which was published in European Union Politics in 2022 or 23. Okay, so we only rerun that analysis with newer, perhaps more elaborate data. Okay, but what we were more interested is whether these recommendations and other types of external influence do have an impact, which is what is important, right? Do they actually translate in actual reforms at the national level or not? Okay, so these are the two main questions. We think that now it's at a revise and resubmit stage. We just resubmitted it. Well, it's been complicated, let's put it this way. Okay, so we think that we've contributed to, in three ways to the existing literature. Okay, on the one hand, theoretically, we conceive, especially the European semester and also everything else that is around that, for example, Roland Erne calls the new economic governance that has been set up within the past 15 years. We conceive it as actually a policy cycle that is whose steps are the formulation, the implementation, and the evaluation of policy. Okay, and we actually treat it in an organic way, let's say. Second, empirically, we did code in a systematic and homogeneous way all the country-specific recommendations between 2011 and 2019, the recommendations that exist, that have been issued within the Memorandum of Understanding, both the standby arrangements and the economic adjustment programs, okay? We even went so far to look at the Trichet letters and so on and so forth, so the whole thing. And what is very interesting, and I recommend everyone have a look, the LabRef database that is being issued, administered by the Commission. Methodologically, we distinguish, and here we can talk about this for ages, if it's a correct way of doing it, between anti and pro-labor measures. Okay. Now. The theoretical framework is pretty simple, actually, although the graph doesn't seem so. It's simply that financial markets, on the one hand, and European institutions, on the other, evaluate the macro and micro policy fundamentals in a given domestic environment and issue, let's say, commas, either their recommendations through various conditionality mechanisms, right? Of course, I mean, if we're talking about country-specific recommendations within the European semester, they have different legal bases. The recommendations within adjustment programs have a completely different weight, and so on. The financial markets usually evaluate the default risk of a country, depending on how its macroeconomy works, okay? A national government evaluates, okay, gets these signals, tries to understand whether it has to respond, ponders whether internal political risks are more or less important than external pressures, and response. And then this cycle restarts, right? So the financial market looks at the responses, the European Commission looks at what has been done at the national level, and it starts all over again, okay? So this informs our we broke down all reforms and country-specific recommendations in a series of different, let's say, issues that have been addressed by the Commission, okay, and or by the Troika, of course, okay, from public sector salaries to minimum wage indexation to minimum wage setting mechanisms to wage levels, whether it develops according to productivity growth and so on and so forth, okay? This was not just an exercise in style. This informed basically all the independent variables of our regression models, okay? So which characteristics of the labor market may or may not trigger either a recommendation on behalf of the European Commission or reform afterwards, okay, at the national level. As you can see, the important thing of using reform events that are in the LabRef dataset is that they are so much richer than the country-specific recommendations. The proportion is almost 4-to-1, okay? So reforms happen, of course, also when no recommendations are issued. So we try to look at the whole spectrum of reforms, right? Because I think that this is methodologically way more sound than looking, for example, only at the evaluations that the Commission does about its own recommendations. So let's have a look at what has been issued. These are by year on the left, country-specific recommendations, and reforms on the right. Blue, anti-labor, red, pro-labor. Okay, as you can see, the recommendations are basically almost entirely anti-labor. Okay, there has been a reduction in the number of recommendations issued by the Commission after the Juncker Commission has taken over, okay, and a small increase in pro-labor, especially we'll talk about which countries and who gets what, okay. On the reform front, instead, we have a very neat timeline, okay. At the height of the Eurozone, of the sovereign debt crisis, we have most anti-labor reforms, okay, and these, once the economic situation starts to pick up, they become more and more pro-labor. As you all probably know, I mean, we had all these wage freezes in the public sector, okay, and so on, and these then were relaxed afterwards, okay. By country, okay, we have that the number of country-specific recommendations that has been issued, they mainly to, as you can see, Italy, France, Luxembourg, Belgium, and so on. They do not coincide, however, with the countries that have reformed the most in an anti-labor direction. Why? Because, of course, it's most of the countries that were under economic adjustment programs, okay? Because when you are under an economic adjustment program, you're automatically excluded from the European semester cycle, okay? Now, what are the hypotheses that inform our Mattia's quantitative analysis of this whole thing? They're pretty simple. We kept them simple. So whether the Commission recommends based on competitiveness and labor market indicators, or whether it has a bias against certain institutional characteristics of the labor market, okay? And the hypothesis about reforms is whether, A, they follow the country-specific recommendations in the desired direction, B, whether the memorandum of understanding have an impact, and whether financial markets do have a negative impact on labor market policy, okay? So the models, if you want, by them to you. But what are the findings of the first both models are, the first one is, of course, the dependent variable is the country-specific recommendations issued, the direction of country-specific recommendation. Second model, the dependent variable is the direction of reforms by country. Okay, each of the two regressions is divided in 3 models. For example, macroeconomic, political factors, labor market. So what are the findings in the first model? We see that what triggers anti-labor country-specific recommendations, a higher public wage bill, significant in all models, no? So since we are all public sector employees, we should be very happy that the Commission is so eager to let's say, keep our salaries low, okay? The second is higher current account deficits, okay? So countries that have been, well, as we all probably know, the countries that actually have had a current account surplus were among the few, so Germany and, for example, the Netherlands, that were actually given pro-labor. So, okay? A lower employment rate is also a trigger for anti-labor country-specific recommendation, okay? What about biases? Is the Commission biased against certain labor market characteristics? Yeah, we find that it is consistent with the previous research. Greater centralization of collective bargaining triggers a whole series of demands to decentralize, okay? At the same time, at least during the years, we stop with the COVID pandemic, okay, so we stopped in 2019. Until 2019, the presence of a minimum wage was effectively an indicator for the Commission to act and to ask, for example, to eliminate automatic indexation and this kind of stuff, okay? What about reforms? The other recommendations. Which factors trigger anti-labor reforms in the EU? The first one is that financial market pressures are extremely powerful conveyors of reforms, okay? So the propensity to reform, if you're under a financial market speculative attack, is very high. And the interesting thing is that it completely transcends the economic adjustment programs. The economic adjustment programs are not significant when paired with interest yields, okay? Implying that probably they are, just guideline, basically. Financial markets, let's say, speculate that the default risk is higher. You are in financial trouble, you call the Troika, you call IMF. These then give a whole series of recommendations, okay? But they are, they have been triggered, the recommendations. They do not come independently from the financial market, underlying financial market speculation. Okay. Political pressure, we see that anti-labor, so that the direction of country-specific recommendation does inform national reforms. So they go into the same direction. Anti-labor country-specific recommendations have been followed to a certain extent at the national level by anti-labor reforms, going exactly in the same direction. Okay. What about macroeconomic competitiveness indicators? We see that once GDP growth picks up, of course, all this anti-labor zeal disappears. The same goes when current account deficits are subdued, okay? Finally, interestingly, we have that a greater degree of coordination of wage bargaining, very much in line with the part of the industrial relations scholarship, does guarantee greater stringency. So more anti-labor reforms. It seems that effectively more coordinated wage bargaining regimes, okay, are more able to introduce. Okay? So this is what we found. The paper, unfortunately, the paper has been interpreted as an attack to against qualitative studies. We are absolutely not, I'm saying this publicly, we are absolutely not doing anything of the sort. Actually, we're simply confirming what all qualitative studies that have been dealing with the issue say. More or less, you know, it's just a quantitative exercise that, you know, gives some meat, puts some meat on the bones of qualitative studies that have been dealing with a more limited number of countries. No? So what we find out in the end, I mean, we have a bit of this paper that has started, you know, just as a quantitative, basically an exercise, becomes a bit of a political statement, right? We see that especially the Commission does introduce certain biases when it issues its own recommendations to European member states, on the one hand, okay? And it would be completely irrelevant if these recommendations were harmless, but they are not harmless, okay? The recommendations do actually translate into reforms. So this policy cycle that has taken hold, that is a supranational policy cycle, which does effectively include national member states, okay? So the member states does have an impact. And the impact implies that a bias has been introduced also in national policy, okay? The final question is this something of a characteristic of the first 2 decades of the Economic and Monetary Union, and that now with all these, let's say, relaxation of the anti-labor bias, let's call it this way, no, with, you know, European Pillar of Social Rights, the Minimum Wage Directive, and so on and so forth, and also with a relaxation of the number and direction of recommendations, which is tangible. If the question is, are we now in a new era effectively? Time will tell, and I guess that when we will repeat this exercise in 10 years' time, we'll understand whether there has been a consistent change or not. So thank you so much for listening to this.
Thank you, Igor. That was. It's particularly interesting to read that the EU Commission unambiguously prefers anti-labor reforms in the context of a discussion on a minimum wage directive. So it's quite scary. Where are we going then? Where does she want to go, the Commission? Well, I was told by our organizer that now there is time for quick clarification questions, while for the discussion we go at the end of the session. So I don't know whether you had a question or you want to... Excuse me? I have a real question. You have a real question. Can we go for the real question? At the end. Sorry, I follow our guest here. So now I give the floor to Georg Picot, who is professor in comparative politics at the University of Bergen. Do you need to move there?
Is there a remote control?
I don't know whether is there un telecomando? No, then if you can. Oh, you can also come here. There will be questions, I guess. While he moves, I can introduce Professor Picot, who is specialized in welfare state research and comparative political economy. And he will reflect with us on existing policies to regulate low wages. He also published recently an article on that, on the socio-economic review. So, Georg, you also have 15 minutes with some flexibility.
Okay. Thank you so much, Giulia, for the kind introduction, and thank you so much Guglielmo, for the invitation. I'm very happy to be here. The background to this talk is a 5-year research project that I conducted. It has just concluded, but several of the papers are still in process and not published yet, and was funded by the Research Council of Norway. And obviously in this short talk, I just want to present to you some of the central insights from this research project. So wages are determined in this triangle. First of all, obviously, in the labor market by supply and demand, then importantly by the collective regulation set in collective bargaining, and also by the state. In this project, I was particularly interested in the role of the state. And so when we look at this more closely, then there are actually 3 ways in which the state can regulate wages. First of all, directly, such as through statutory minimum wages, but then also because the state regulates collective bargaining and it regulates the labor market. So with the then with a focus on low-wage employment, we can identify 3 policies in each of these, one in each of these paths that is particularly relevant. First of all, obviously, statutory minimum wages, and then supportive regulation of collective bargaining, which enables the producer groups in collective bargaining to set the wage floor through collective agreements. And then thirdly, going through the labor market, states can support low earners with in-work benefits, so supporting those with low earnings through public benefits on the top. And so these were the 3 policies that we focused on in this project. And we started with mapping the variation of these policies, and the slide shows to you in the bullet points the indicators that we've used. I don't want to go into details because there's not enough time here, but I just want to explain that for state support for collective bargaining, we have to distinguish between 2 categories. First of all, there's support for the organizational conditions, so basically support for the collective organizations entering the collective bargaining. And this is the one that we focus on in the first part of this project. But then there are also statutory extensions of collective agreements. So we distinguish these 2 because this one actually kind of helps to set the to prepare the stage for effective collective bargaining, whereas this one, statutory extensions, comes ex post. It takes existing collective agreements and extends them to the rest of the sector, and this is a way for the state to make, in my interpretation, to make up for weaknesses in collective bargaining. That's why we distinguish these 2, and that's why in the first part of this project we focused on this first category of state support. So then, first by looking first at the policies for statutory minimum wages and for support of collective bargaining, the organizational conditions, a first striking finding was this very clear positive correlation. So, so countries kind of sort into these 2 different corners. Either here they have well-established statutory minimum wage policies, or here they focus on support for collective bargaining. None of these countries has a statutory minimum wage. Here is Italy. Belgium actually has a statutory minimum wage. And also striking about this is that, of course, it could be that states would do kind of nothing in terms of a wage floor policy. They could be in this corner here, but they're not. So it's always one of the 2. So that then allows us to summarize these 2 policies that I just showed on one dimension because they're so closely correlated. And we call this then stateness of the wage floor. And so the countries that focus on support for collective bargaining are here at the bottom of this dimension, and the countries that focus on statutory minimum wages are at the top. And here in this graph, we add on the horizontal axis our factor for in-work benefit policies. By the way, sorry, I should have said this before. So we use these indicators that I've shown you on the previous slide, and we summarize them through a confirmatory factor analysis. And so these are the factors produced by the factor analysis. And so this gives you this quite distinctive inverted L shape, which tells you that you have well-developed in-work benefit policies only in countries that focus on statutory minimum wages rather than focusing on supporting collective bargaining. And then both substantively and statistically in this distribution, we can distinguish three approaches. The first one is here, the one in the bottom left, which we call wage scale protection. So countries that focus on support for collective bargaining, where the implication is that they not only set a wage floor, but they also protect the workers above the minimum from sliding down the wage scale. Then in this group, we call it bare minimum. There's basically just minimum wages and not much else. And in this one, we call it state pay. There are minimum wages plus in-work benefits. State pay because then, well, part of the income comes from the state. We also then looked at the effectiveness of these policies in reducing low-wage employment. And we looked at this both just descriptively, but also with a panel regression with the individual policies as independent variables. And this showed that this approach, wage scale protection, has the lowest incidence of low-wage employment. So I put a plus here in terms of effectiveness, so it's most effective. Bare minimum, this approach is somewhat less effective in reducing low-wage employment, but it depends really on the level of the statutory minimum wage. If the level is high enough, then this also contributes to reducing low-wage employment. And the third approach, the state pay approach, fares worst in terms of fighting low-wage employment. In addition, we also then looked at development over time. And what we see is a pretty clear tendency from countries, and this goes from 1960 to, well, more or less today, 2017, that we see a clear tendency of countries having moved from support for collective bargaining towards statutory minimum wages. We see a less pronounced tendency, but partly because of data limitations, towards more in-work benefits. So this empirical distribution then raises two puzzles. The first is, why have countries moved from the more effective policies to the less effective policies, right? So these were the more effective, these are the least effective, and they, generally speaking, moved in that direction. And the other question refers to the previous scatter plot that I've shown to you. Why is there always a wage floor policy? So then we looked into the politics. And just to say, we also conducted case studies, a case study of UK and one of Norway, but I won't go into these in detail now. I will focus on the statistical analysis that we've run because of their generalizability. And so first, for the politics of statutory minimum wages. So this was based on a data set of 33 OECD countries and time series from 1960 to 2017 with sort of varying duration by some of the countries. And we analyzed first the introduction of statutory minimum wages with an event history analysis, and then changes in levels of statutory minimum wages with a fixed effects panel regression. And here, I don't have the time to go into the details, so I'll just summarize the results for you. In terms of introducing statutory minimum wages, we find that there is one variable that is clearly the most important, and that is decline in the coverage of collective bargaining. However, we also find that in addition, what party is in government matters, because it is the left-wing parties in government that act on this decline in collective bargaining in then introducing statutory minimum wages. terms of explaining changes in minimum wage levels, we find that left-wing governments are more inclined to increase minimum wage levels. And in addition, in an interaction effect, we can show that this actually depends on governments having enough control over the level of the minimum wages, as you may expect, but it has never been shown. As you probably know, there are many different mechanisms for adjusting minimum wage levels, and they give different degrees of discretion to the government as opposed to social partners or some kind of automatic rules. Right, then moving on to in-work benefits. Here I draw on work by two of the members of this project. This is the only work where I didn't sort of contribute more directly. Siri Pedersen and Joan Abbas, they showed theoretically that the partisan effects on in-work benefits are really quite ambiguous, but then they show empirically that it is actually mostly right-wing parties that tend to expand in-work benefits. So left-wing governments are sort of less keen on in-work benefits, but especially sort of little keen on them when they are in a country where bargaining coverage is high, which makes, of course, perfect sense. When you have well-functioning collective bargaining, you should not need in-work benefits. And then regarding the politics of state support for collective bargaining, well, here we actually did this type of analysis for statutory extensions. We did not do this for the support for organizational conditions. And what we find is that left-wing parties are in government are associated with more use of statutory extensions. Also, higher union density is associated with more use, but only up to a certain point, because at a very high level of union density, it's basically like an inverted U-curve that does not contribute to more use of statutory extensions. And this makes real sense, and also qualitative research on this by Wolfgang Günther has shown that when you ask unionists about this, they only like statutory extensions when they need them. So ideally, they want to be able to establish, wage protection through collective bargaining, as long as the coverage is high enough. So then I move on to conclusions, and let me go back to these two puzzles that I've shown to you first. Why have policies moved from more to less effective? And here, well, first of all, of course, what matters here is the decline in collective bargaining over decades, which is well known and which is to some extent exogenous to what we have been looking at in this research. But what we can show in our research is that how actors then update their preferences under these conditions. So as collective bargaining declines, unions turn to minimum wages. This is partly also based on previous research, such as by Brett Meyer, and they turn to demanding statutory extensions. And then left-wing parties tend to follow these union preferences, and so under conditions of decline in collective bargaining, they introduce statutory minimum wages. And also, as we've seen, when collective bargaining declines, then left governments are somewhat more likely to also support in-work benefits. But then you may ask, well, why don't governments just sort of dig in their heels and in the face of declining bargaining try to just support it, to double down their support? And here our case study on Norway suggests that this kind of approach is conditional on well-established corporatism, where government is inclined to listen to union interests, and on intervening early to prevent basically damage to collective bargaining. And then finally, what matters in terms of in-work benefits is quite simply right-wing influence. Then the other puzzle, why is there always a wage floor policy? Part of the result goes back to other research by Brett Meyer, who has shown how unions adapt their strategy. So unions themselves, as collective bargaining decline, they kind of switch and and then sort of go for the other approach by demanding statutory minimum wages instead. But we argue also based on our case study of the United Kingdom that also electoral democracy comes in here, because when collective bargaining declines and basically kind of the floor opens up under low wage earners, this is not something that can be simply ignored in an electoral democracy. So there are electoral incentives for parties to take this up, but also obviously electoral democracy enables left-wing parties to come into power who are more inclined to do something about this. And so finally here are just the references to the research that I've been referring to. Thank you very much.
Thank you, perfectly within the time given. Is there any clarification question at this stage? Any quick question you want to ask before we move on? Okay, then I'd move to the last contribution, and then we can open the discussion. And I give the floor. You don't have. To Fausta Guarriello, who is Professor of Labor Law at the Department of Legal Sciences at the University of Pescara. She's also an expert in European Union law and European industrial relations, and she will help us identify the main critical profiles of the Minimum Wage Directive. We are particularly glad she managed to come, notwithstanding her many commitments, but she managed to accept our invitation. So please, Professor, you have the floor.
This is the microphone? Yes. Thank you, everyone. Good morning. I thank the organizer for inviting me to this important international meeting. I was invited, in fact, 4 years ago by Riccardo Del Punta, but COVID interrupted this event. My talk will concern the EU Directive on adequate minimum wages. I underline the word adequate because it is at the heart of the directive. I think that introduces a new narrative in the political discourse of the European institutions, this directive. The need to intervene with a legal instrument at EU level while respecting the principle of subsidiarity is due to a series of circumstances that have undermined the adequacy of minimum wages over the past decade and increased the phenomenon of in-work poverty. Recitals to the directive mention, among the various causes, the structural trends that are reshaping labor markets with high shares of precarious and non-standard forms of work, including part-time, seasonal, platform and temporary agency workers. Another cause is the effect of the post-economic and financial crisis and of the pandemic crisis, a sort of lesson learned by the COVID crisis. Another is the reduction in the coverage rate of collective bargaining. We do have seen the spread of low-paid and low-skilled occupation and sectors, and the low level of statutory minimum wages in several countries. In this analysis of the directive, the most affected workers by low wages are women, young persons, migrant workers, single parents, low-skilled workers, persons with disabilities, persons who suffer of multiple forms of discrimination. So, from a legal point of view, adequacy of the minimum wages is based on the rights of all workers to just conditions of work, to a fair remuneration that is sufficient for a decent standard of living. These words, decent standard of living, is often used in the recital and in the text of the directive. This decent standard of living is for workers and their family, and underline the need to respect the dignity of the worker. And the directive recall the Charter of Fundamental Rights, the European Social Charter, and the principle number 6 of the social pillar. A decent standard of living means for a full-time worker, according to Recital 28, a minimum wage that meets not only material needs, such as food, clothing, housing, but also the need to participate in cultural, educational, and social activities. So, adequacy of minimum wages is the main objective of the directive, to which the established rules are aimed. Second point, what kind of rules in this directive? Some authors, very important authors, I quote Tiziano Treu, for example, wrote that it is soft law, no more than guidelines to member states that will be free to adopt them as they wish. I don't agree totally with this opinion. Certainly, these are essentially procedural rules, which leave ample room for adaptation to member states. On the other hand, in fact, remuneration is a matter of state competence and collective bargaining, which is difficult to harmonize even from a legal and institutional point of view, given the exclusion of Article 153.5 of the Treaty of Functioning of the European Union. Nevertheless, the directive establishes mandatory rules. The obligations imposed on member states concern, first of all, the duty to promote and strengthen collective bargaining, in particular at sector and cross-industry level, judged the best way to ensure adequate minimum wage compared to the statutory minimum wage that, according to the directive, often proved to be not sufficient to overcome the poverty threshold. However, industry-wide collective bargaining and this coverage rate is declining, as we know, in sector with weak unionization of the workers and employees' side due to structural shifts in the economy, in particular as a consequence of union-busting practices and increase of precarious and non-standard form of work. Strengthening collective bargaining at sector or cross-industry level is the main instrumental objective in order to ensure adequate minimum wage. This is a significant change in the EU policies, a sort of paradigm shift after a decade of country-specific recommendation or memorandum of understanding addressed to member states aimed at dismantling centralized collective bargaining systems in favor of productivity-related company bargaining. In the new normative trend, ILO conventions number 87 and 98, the EU Charter of Fundamental Rights, the European Social Charter, are referred to in order to ensure a high rate of collective bargaining coverage for all workers who should be covered by a collective agreement. So, not only employees, but also non-standard workers, domestic workers, precarious, irregular, bogus, self-employed, and so on. Article 4 of the directive, dedicated to the promotion of collective bargaining on wage setting, asks member states to encourage constructive, meaningful, and informed negotiation between social partners and their equal access to appropriate information. Another obligation is to take measures to protect the right to collective bargaining and protect against discrimination, to protect against any act of interference in the establishment and functionings of unions. Up to this point, it is a question of ensuring respect for the fundamental rights of association and collective bargaining. But, according to me, the real core of the obligation to promote collective bargaining lies in setting a coverage rate of 80% to achieve through a framework of enabling conditions for collective bargaining established by law after consulting social partners or by agreement with them. In addition, member states in which the collective bargaining rate is less than the threshold of 80% have to establish an action plan to promote collective bargaining after consulting social partners or by agreement with them or at their joint request directly negotiated between social partners. The action plan must indicate timeline and concrete measures to progressively increase the rate of collective coverage. It has to be updated at least every 5 years, made public, and notified to the EU Commission. The role of the European Commission in that case is to evaluate the results within the macroeconomic process of the European semester and eventually address recommendation to the member states. So we come back to this process of evaluation of the policies of member states. Many questions arise by this provision. How is this threshold calculated, 80%? We discussed recently in Rome about Italian case, in which apparently we have coverage rate more or less at 96, 97%. It is real or not? Some doubt. Another problem is it's calculated in individual sector or at cross-level industry, at general level. And does it include only employees or also non-standard workers, bogus self-employed, and so on? The data are very different in this case. And another question, are included in the threshold all agreements in force, also at company level, for example? It's questionable because we know there are systems in Eastern Europe, for example, in which there is no centralized collective bargaining or sectoral collective bargaining. So answering these questions is very important to fit the requirement by the directive. Also, directive specifies that in no way it imposes to member states the obligation to declare any collective agreement universally applicable or to introduce a statutory minimum wage. This is a political engagement by the EU institution because we know that the 5 member states in which the minimum wage is setting by collective bargaining are very jealous of the autonomy of collective social partners. And despite this rule, Denmark, for example, challenged the directive before the European Court of Justice. So the directive also stresses the need for reliable and accurate data on the collective bargaining coverage rate. And also this is questionable because implies to be clear about which are the field of the calculation of the threshold 80%. The second way, I am very brief on the second way. That is the way followed by the majority of member states, 22 out of 27, is the minimum wage through statutory or legal minimum wage. In this case, the attention of the directive is focused on the adequacy of the minimum wage and on the involvement of social partner in their setting. Articles 5 and following underlined the need to verify the appropriateness of the minimum wage in the specific social economic context, to periodically update the minimum wage at least every 2 years if there is no automatic indexation mechanism, and, as I said, consult the social partners or rely on the social partners' agreement to adjust the minimum wage, the statutory minimum wage, and suggest some international criteria for calculating the minimum wage, including 50% of the national gross average wage or 60% of the national median wage. Anyway, it seems that any criteria that place the minimum wage for a full-time worker has to be above the poverty line, because one of the aims of the directive, not the only one, but one of the aim of this directive is to fight against the in-work poverty. So I think that in the opinion of many lawyers, this directive marks a new narrative in report of the past decades and policies by the European institution. Now we may join other statutory intervention by EU in the last weeks, for example, AI regulation, platform workers directive, and due diligence directive, and so on. Anyway, this is a sort of pillar for a new narrative in which maybe we discuss about pro-labor, possibly pro-labor reforms.
Thank you. So thanks a lot for this reading that presents the Minimum Wage Directive as an instrument to promote collective bargaining. So it was, in my opinion, a very interesting session, as it is completely in counter-tendency compared to what Igor presented, so the latest decades, but also a bit in counter-tendency compared to the national approaches, if I understood correctly. So now the discussion is open, and we had someone who already wanted to... Please, absolutely. Okay. Maybe over there.
Thanks a lot for this, very interesting. I have a question for Igor and Mattia. First of all, I think that the paper is really interesting. I mean, I haven't read the presentation. Sounds really interesting. I'm wondering whether there isn't an important omitted variable here, which is the central bank. I mean, at the same time as the Commission was issuing these CSRs, the country-specific recommendations, the European Central Bank was issuing, launching messages about the importance of structural reforms. So when I see your results, both in terms of adoptions of reforms and the impact of reforms, I don't know whether it's CSRs or it's central banks. There is some complementarity between the two. So I was wondering whether you have thought about that, control for it, and the new paper out by Benjamin Brown and co-authors, mostly from the Max Planck Institute. Point. So perhaps you should take that into account.
So, Jonathan Zeitlin, I also have a question for Igor and Mattia. And unfortunately, I missed the very beginning where you defined pro and anti-labor reforms. But from the presentation, it seems to me that you do so in a relatively narrow way, and I miss some dimensions which might also give a slightly different picture and chronology, especially in the later period. And I have in mind especially recommendations about employment protection and about shifts between temporary to permanent contracts, and promoting social dialogue, which we see coming in, I would say, from 2017, 2018, rather strongly. Now, if we compare your results to other studies, for example, of Haas, Verdun, and colleagues who study the trend of the CSRs over the period 2011 to 2018, they have an index for basically pro-worker or pro-worker protection. And they find that from 2017 onwards, what they consider to be pro-worker protection CSRs eclipse anti-worker protection. That's both because, as you point out, the anti-worker recommendations decrease, but also because pro-worker recommendations decrease. Similarly, if we look at the annual reviews of the CSRs by the European Trade Union Institute, they pick up exactly the same pattern. And by 2018 and 2019, also the Euro area recommendations, which I don't think you mentioned, start to say promote social dialogue and collective bargaining. So, I mean, I personally would see a kind of gradual shift. The breaking point would be 2016, 2017 with the Moscovici's structural reforms 2.0, rebalancing security with flexibility, and then, of course, the European pillar of social rights. So I think that you may really be missing a major ideational shift in the policies of the Commission, which follows on from what I've called the socialization of the European semester, promoting social inclusion, social protection, social investment, which we see from 2013, a lot depends on how you.
Yeah, Torsten Müller, European Trade Union Institute, Brussels. Yeah, thanks a lot for these very interesting presentations. I want to start with a comment to Fausta on the minimum wage directive. I agree with all you said, in particular the data issue, that there are big problems we have to come to terms with. But I think the key problem with the action plan is not so much data, because, I mean, more or less we know which countries are below 80%. There are a few candidates that are around 80%, where this will become a crucial issue. But in most countries we know they are way above or they are way below. Italy will not fall below 80%, even if we sort out the data issue. But the problem with the action plan, I think is there are no sanctions attached to the action plan. And I think that will be a crucial issue, because we know how governments deal with action plans in the past. I mean, they just write in there what they do anyway to satisfy some bureaucratic obligation. And we already heard at the presentation, a representative of the Lithuanian Labor Ministry said, well, what happens if we don't fulfill this requirement? Yeah, we write in there whatever. If it's not effective, well, there are no sanctions. And I think that will be a crucial issue in terms of the monitoring and how the Commission comes down on that. And that comes to the next thing, where you say the monitoring will be done in the context of the semester cycle. And that's not, the jury is still out there yet, no? It's not decided. Because in particular from a trade union side, with the experience we have seen, all the anti-labor recommendations, we actually want to keep it out of the semester process and establish its own monitoring machinery, if you want to put it like that. So the jury is out. The advantage of including it in the semester would obviously be there we have a mechanism of sanctions, so that would be stronger. But the jury is still out there yet. And then a question to Igor. I have a question of causality in terms when you say, yes, we see CSRs have an impact on national policies. Well, yes, I would say yes, but only if the government if it is in line with the government policy anyway. I mean, Belgium, we have seen got one of the is the country with the most recommendations, and obviously it always is the recommendation to get rid of indexation. As we know, over the years, this never materialized, because it would be suicidal for any government to try to do that anyway. So in that respect, we see a lot of recommendations, but nothing happened. And that is because it's not in line with government policy. A representative of the German Labor Ministry once said, when I specifically asked him, does that actually have an impact? And he said, if we like it, yes. So, I mean, I think this is also a factor to be taken into consideration. And then, of course, the Commission is not a unitary actor. The Commission consists of different DGs, and here in particular, if you talk about anti- and pro-labor policies, it's DG ECFIN and DG Employment. So we see this, the socialization also has to do with that over time DG Employment played a more important role within this whole process of formulating CSRs. At the time of the crisis, obviously, the issue was cost competitiveness, so DG ECFIN ran the show. But I think then over time they noticed we went too far with all the negative social consequences, in particular in the Troika countries, and that's when DG Employment played a more important role. Also with respect to the Commission President, I think that also plays a role. With Barroso, obviously, it was much more difficult than later on with Juncker and now von der Leyen, I think. So these political factors play a role as well. And Georg, there I have a question concerning your treatment of extension mechanisms. I mean, we had this when we discussed your policy brief you wrote for us for the E2I. I think it is essential part of the enabling conditions, because it also affects whether a company will become member of the employers association. Because if the company is via extension has to apply a collective agreement anyway, then it might as well become a member of the employers association to influence developments. So if there is no extension, it might as well stay out. And if there is extension, it might join in that respect, it's part of the enabling conditions, which also affects the capacity of the actors that actually negotiate collective agreements. And from that point of view, I think extension should be part of your original analysis and not ex post in terms of analyzing the consequences then, but to be
advantage, and I have a second helping, if I can. So I'd like to get into this question of data in response to what Torsten was saying. I mean, is it true that we know what collective bargaining coverage in Italy or other countries is? I would say no, we have no clue. There's this presumption that because there is an article of the Constitution that talks about wages, then coverage is universal. So no, it's not true that we know, and I think that the European Commission and Eurostat should make a specific effort to measure coverage, which means that there should also be, in parallel, a statistical initiative that measures collective bargaining coverage. How? Not through worker surveys, through enterprise surveys. So the firms should be asked if they apply a collective bargaining coverage contract and which contract. This is something that I have been arguing about for Italy for ages. Istat should have about collective bargaining coverage. They don't have it. But now there is an opportunity for the academic to mobilize and push the issue up to the Eurostat level. I think that's very important for various things, including for the correct application of this new directive. And then, if I may, I have a question for Georg. So, Georg, I was intrigued by your finding that there's a movement in the wrong direction. So, in the direction that is least effective in poverty. And I wonder whether there isn't a problem of a reverse causation here. Such a problem, then the state is forced to intervene more directly. So it's not so necessarily that state intervention is inefficient, is that the state intervenes when the problem is particularly acute, which would make sense, actually, of your puzzling path of reform. But, you know, I would have to know more about your specification and whether you're controlling for these things. And so maybe you can give us more details.
I wonder if we should give the panelists the chance to answer, or any of the second round of questions. I don't know. Okay. I have a question for Fausta about the pending case Denmark brings against the directive. Do you have any idea what the basis will be on which the court will decide? There's a wide shared agreement among labor lawyers that the legal basis of the directive will be one of the biggest issues in the court case. And can you comment on this? Maybe you can talk a bit about the legal basis and what you think, what your thought is about that.
Yes, well, thank you to all speakers. I think they were all very interesting, all very complementary in a way. I mean, I agree with Giulia that there is a tension between some of the things that have been said, but I would say that because they were looking at different processes and different levels, they are more complementary. If we combine the different processes of governance and the different levels, it's a bit more indeterminate, the direction of change. That would be if you look only at one aspect. So. They don't all go in the same direction. There's also some compensation between the different levels. The main questions I have are for Georg. And I apologize if it is another question where people ask, why don't you look also at other things? I appreciate you look already at a lot of things. Okay, I say that first. And I really like the paper and your previous work. But I wonder why you look at in-work benefits, which are quite a specific measure which exists only in some countries, not in others, in-work benefits, and not at out-of-work benefits, because they're a huge part of the equation. The so-called reserve wage. It is the social benefits that allow people not to take up employment if it pays less than quotation mark sitting on the sofa on unemployment benefits. It's not by chance that in Germany the demand for the minimum wage escalated after the Hartz reform, which were not about wages directly, but they were about the reserve wage, about the unemployment benefits. And related to this, I also wonder, I mean, why do you have such a binary definition, left or right? I mean, where do you put Angela Merkel? I guess you classify it as a left government, but you know, how did you work with these cases? Thank you.
Who wants to start? Maybe Igor, we can go, and Mattia, we can go.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Questions, all three macro questions. So let me try to answer them. Then Mattia will chip in maybe something on the technical side and so on. So, with regards to the European Central Bank, I had a long discussion with Donato Di Carlo, who just published a paper on the influence of the ECB on structural reforms. There are a number of issues. First of all, yes, the ECB does have an important, let's say, at least ideological impact on what is being actually said, right? Especially in this structure. Donato told me about the extreme difficulties in the operationalization of what comes out of the ECB. That they had a lot of problems in actually proving that it has an impact and so on. Whereas, I mean, at least from a methodological point of view, the fact that the Commission, we could even say that it's a bit of a mouthpiece in this case. And it's way easier to put it, at least to operationalize it in a certain sense. Of course, yes, we mentioned that there is the ECB, but it does not enter into our. With respect to the fact that we perhaps find divergent results with respect to data set that has been created by Derman, Verdun, and so on. That's a huge data set. It's huge and it's small, because on the one hand, it covers only Eurozone countries. Okay, that's the first thing. Second thing, it covers all country-specific recommendations. We went way more in detail about wage setting. We were way more context-specific. We didn't look only at what is said in the recommendation. We checked what's actually around, because the wording sometimes is very deceiving. And we find quite a few differences with how they measure it and how we measure it. And in the appendix to the review of the revise and resubmit, I went into detail why we code differently each single one that is different than in that data set. Okay? So, I mean, and coding such a huge data set, I think it's way more the country-specific recommendations that deal with this specific topic are 100. Right? They cover 2,000 or something. Right? So they are more prone to, it's more prone to some sort of blunders. I'm sorry about, I mean, it's just the sheer amount of stuff they cover. It's incredible. I mean, it's a super useful data set, but of course, prima facie, when you look at it, when you look at our results and their results, it really looks like that. Did we put them into the anti-labor corner and so on and so forth? In this specific, if you take the subset, first of all, they are much more similar, and second, they are a bit divergent, and we try to explain why. But of course, we see, and we will test probably in the future, whether a change a proper change also in this domain has happened, for example, after 2015, 16. Changed how to address this same problem.
What about promoting?
We are really on the wage setting. We are really...
That is hard.
primarily interested in wage setting in this case. We did the same thing for pensions. Actually, we published 3 papers. Regulation, implementation, and the evaluation. Yeah, I mean, the question is always the same, you know? I mean, we could have broadened or narrowed, but I think that, I mean, sector and, but if you want.
No, I think I get the spirit of your question. We are not claiming that what we measure is the general, sentiment or direction of Commission policy towards labor as a whole. Within wage setting recommendations, we code whether those specific set of recommendations are either anti or pro-labor. So that is a different question. We do not claim that we map the anti or pro-labor policy of the Commission in general, which probably would require to include more categories.
And I mean, the intersubjectivity problem starts to become. I mean, when you expand sectors, the intersubjectivity problem really. Well, I don't think it goes linearly up. It starts to explode because you need different ways of. You cannot say. I mean, one is something creating fiscal surpluses or not. One is decommodifying or not. One is pro-labor or not. I mean, you probably need different measurement, operationalizations that are different for different sectors, right? It's pretty challenging to get the right measure for each of the subsectors of. So I mean, that's why that data set is, I mean, really a huge effort. But of course, the intersubjectivity problem remains there, right? And the context specificity, because I mean, sometimes the Commission said, yeah. With respect to Romania, make it a little bit more clear how you calculate the minimum wage. Meaning, cut it. It's the way it says it's completely different with respect because they raised it too much before. And so I said, why don't you keep it? But they phrase it in a way that is that seems very neutral, very elegant, let's say, and so on. Now I stop. I just thank you, Torsten, right, for this. Yes, I'm pretty sure that the two things probably reinforce each other. No, it's like in Italy we say "ce l'ha detto l'Europa," right? So if I guess some governments actually get a helping hand there, right, in certain policies, but of course, the overall effect is small, right?
Yep. Okay. Maybe I can also say something about it. Okay. So I'll try to be very brief because I don't know if I have too much time, but there were a couple of things I wanted to say. First, about the first question about the SEB. More technically, it's true that we don't code it. We didn't code it because it would be very, very demanding, and probably. So I cannot tell you it's not there. So I cannot tell you what would happen if it were there. What I can tell you is that there are many other macroeconomic indicators that go with the macroeconomic cycle, if you want, that changed from the height of the sovereign debt crisis to 2009, which was much more relaxed. So you get the employment rate, you get the growth rate for each country, you have the bond yields and all that. So I suspect that these ECB guidelines, or however we want to call it, will be largely in line with this trend. And plus, we have here also country intercepts, so we take into account also some baseline level of whatever for each year. So my guess, it's just a guess of course, is that adding something about the ECB, which would be very difficult to code, would not dramatically alter our results, but of course it's not there, so I cannot tell you this for sure. And finally, I got the issue of causality. Well, my first line of defense would be ours is an average effect. So pointing out that not all cases are explained, otherwise we would have a perfect explanation, which is obviously not the case. There is a standard error. So there is some deviation from the expected value, from the prediction. And well, whether countries adopt certain reforms only when the recommendations of the Commission are in line with their previous mindset, or I mean, I don't know. It would be very difficult to measure. I can only tell you that we have two controls. One is the pro-anti-EU attitude of the government, and the other is the left-right position, average position of the government. So, and none of those variables are significant. So at least it's not along those dimensions, which could measure somehow affinity with the European Commission, that we see some significant effect. Then probably, I mean, being in line with the Commission would be very difficult to operationalize. So maybe there is another way that we haven't looked at, or maybe it's just that some countries simply are not very well explained by our model. Done.
Just one thing. I think that the usefulness of using an external data set such as LabRef for reform events controls a little bit for this, because we have more than 200 more reform events that happen completely outside of. So, no, so it's of a robustness.
And no. Recommendations are just one of the channels that influence. There is financial pressure. There are these macroeconomic indicators. So maybe if you are very safe on the macroeconomics, you disregard more easily what the Commission says, which makes sense.
Okay, well, thank you for these super interesting points to everyone. First, to Torsten, yeah, thank you for pushing me on this issue. It's a very good point, and I will have to think more about it. I think what I would like to see, or what might even also be a good idea to do, is actually, well, let me put it as a question. Are you aware of any research that looks into this incentive effect of statutory extensions on employers entering employer associations? If you have anything, that would be really interesting. Yeah. But it makes theoretical sense, but still it would be interesting to look into it empirically. And I suspect that it may depend a little bit on, on the precise institutional configuration. How are statutory extensions designed? How's the collective bargaining working? How are the, the membership conditions of the employer associations and so on? Of course, our sort of main reason why we decided to go this way is to also kind of stick to what is sort of the face value intention of the policy. So we kind of focus primarily on, okay, what is this policy about, rather than the secondary effects. But again, it's a good point, and I'm very happy to think more about it. To Lucio. So if I understand you correctly, it's mostly about potential reverse causality in the analysis of effectiveness regarding low-wage employment, right? So it could be that countries have a statutory minimum wage because they have a lot of low-wage employment. Well, first of all, in that analysis, yes, I mean, we do not have a causal identification design. We cannot, strictly speaking, exclude this possibility. Also, well, whatever, when I present it, I speak a little bit more freely about effectiveness. In the paper, of course, we're a little bit clearer about the limitations. We do, as I remember, have a lag structure that tries to account for this to some extent. But also, I mean, when I look at this from a more say, common sense and even kind of descriptive point of view, I think there's something where also looking at the descriptive statistics is actually helpful because, okay, let's just say they have massive low-wage employment and then introduce a statutory minimum wage in response to this. But our data is over time, so it could be a response to it, but then it would have to be super ineffective still because it doesn't change the picture over time. And the other aspect is that, well, we look at 3 different possible responses to low-wage employment. So, you have high low-wage employment, but what do? Do you introduce a statutory minimum wage? Do you try to support collective bargaining? Or do you invest into in-work benefits? And that also, so that also complicates the picture a little bit and can be taken into account when trying to interpret for a potential reverse causality. To Guglielmo, yeah, out of work benefits. Yeah, again, it's a very good point. It would be a good idea, a sensible thing to do to extend the analysis to this. Our reasoning was that we want to look at policies that we can credibly think of as reactions to low-wage employment. And of course, out-of-work benefits, let's say unemployment benefits, they do so much else, So that was our main motivation here, but in a wide analysis, it would make sense to try to expand the analysis. The binary definition of left versus right, well, first of all, in most instances, we also used an additional independent variable where we use a measure that takes into account the left-right positioning, so a more gradual scale. And however, we do think that theoretically it makes sense here to focus on this sort of traditional partisan government measure that looks at the share of social democratic or other left-wing parties in government. Because I actually do think that party families still matter in this particular policy area. Social Democrats, they have modernized and third way and whatnot, but most of them still have this very long history and this traditional link to the unions, and they still, even many of the most modern Social Democrats still feel this a certain commitment to, or at least in their parties, there's this link to the labor movement, and I think that matters here. Thank you.
I try to answer two questions of Torsten, but was no question, was a consideration that it's impossible to respond. In fact, there is no sanction for action plan except for this political sanction of the enter into this process of European semester and reputational sanction and so on, but is true. But as we have seen in the past decade, according to the different speech of my colleagues, also recommendations have a force to change the political reform in member states. So we had to be confident that this is a positive way to force the role of collective bargaining, and in particular of sectoral collective bargaining or industry-wide, because it was in fact the level of collective bargaining very, very under political opposite recommendation in the previous political season of austerity and so on. So, and also minimum wage was cut during this period, and the recommendation was in this direction. Now we hope, we don't know with the new election of European Parliament, but we hope is a new narrative, and there are pieces of different, for example, recommendation of social dialogue and so on, that could together sign a new narrative of the political direction of the European institution. Quite difficult also answer to your question, Ralph, how Carter justice could view this legal challenge by Denmark state against this directive. Sure, legal basis is Article 153.2b, that is work conditions, and not remuneration that is excluded by harmonization field by the union. So is a narrow pathway in fact, but we know because also all the process of approval of the directive was marked by difficulties on this legal basis. But I think Carter Justice could give a lecture of this legal basis, in the sense that minimum wage is a work condition, a basic work condition, and in the directive there is many reference to fundamental rights, dignity, the different charter, European Social Charter, European Charter of and ILO conventions, and I think there is a legal basis to consider that work conditions implies also minimum wage. Anyway, also the directive, there is a reason in this directive don't set a minimum wage common to different member states. He can't, but he don't do it. And as we said, is a procedural directive that gives some obligation to apply the International Convention on Freedom of Association and all the rights of collective bargaining, and that are anyway fundamental convention, but also all member states have ratified this convention. So they had to do, in fact, in the political reforms in which law promotes and strengthens collective bargaining. So I think it's the real obligation in the directive are based on the Charter, fundamental right or international right, and it's quite possible that the Court of Justice consider that the way in which minimum wage is set is not an interference and is not in violation of Article 153.5, so on the remuneration issue.
Well, thank you. I would say we're perfectly on time, and we can move to the next session. Thanks to everyone and to the excellent speakers.
Good morning. Welcome to the second session. I am Mario Pianta. I teach economic policy here at the Scuola Normale. I've been working also on employment, labor, and related issues. Thank you for your persistence and resistance after a dense first session. And we have now a new set of very interesting presentation touching on the economic dimension of wage regulation. We will start with Maria Enrica Virgillito from Scuola Superiore Sant'Anna on the macroeconomic effects of minimum wage, then Lucio Baccaro from the Max Planck Institute on wage policy as growth policy, and then Lisa Dorigatti from the University of Milan on the metalworking case of wage bargaining. Let me just add two context elements. Today, the New York Times has a front page headline, "Strike madness hits Germany as its economy stumbles." So it's interesting. Well, we have clearly a return of a strike, of industrial conflict and strike action in the US, in Italy itself, in Germany in particular, and clearly this has to do with the worsening labor condition over time, and also with the question that has been discussed in the previous section. Is there a change of wind? I mean, is the pro-labor demands and pro-labor policy are returning them as a relevant element? So this could be an interesting underlying question to the speakers. The second element is the economic reality. ILO data show that in Italy, real wages since 2008 have declined 10% in real terms. In Germany, there was an increase of 12% over this decade, but within Germany, the gap between high wages and low wages has been expanding. So we have a situation of fragmentation and the impoverishment of the middle and low level of employees. And this is an important reason why we need more detailed economic studies of the actual dynamics of wage performances, which are related to the political processes and the policy decisions that have been discussed before. So, thank you. I give the floor to Maria Enrica Virgillito, macroeconomic effects of the minimum wage, equity and efficiency outcomes.
It's on. Now it's on. So thank you so much, Mario. Thank you, Guglielmo, for inviting me today. What I will try to do in these 15 minutes is actually to present some historical roots of, let's say, the policy prescription against the minimum wage and more in general forms of so-called rigidities into the labor market first. Second, I will give you some let's say, packed evidence in terms of what the economics literature has found in terms of empirical evidence across countries with specific effect on the US, and then comparing some evidence on Germany and China, and then I will discuss very briefly what we should expect if we introduce minimum wage in Italy. That's actually the plan of this presentation. Now, let me just say that minimum wage is one of the part of a more generalized theory of making labor market flexible that has started actually, has seen its rise with actually the affirmation of orthodoxy, let's say, theory in terms of liberalism in the 80s, and is part of what, if you read the well-known OECD job study 1992, of the so-called forms of labor market institution that cause rigidities. There is a very interesting book by Howell and co-author that actually in 2005 clearly explained this so-called transatlantic consensus or OECD IMF orthodoxies. It has been a very strong ideological and political wave that actually has seen somehow, somewhere into labor market rigidity, the so-called holy grail of bad economic outcomes. So if you just go into the economic literature in the 80s, what you see in terms of empirics, particularly in terms of labor market dynamics, you see that in a way or in another, labor market institutions are sources of hysteresis in unemployment, the so-called Eurosclerosis, very important paper by Blanchard and Summers, 1986. Then it was the phase of, okay, maybe these forms of labor market institution can create pressures in terms of inflation spirals via wage increase. And this was actually the remembrance of the wage spiral effect of the 70s. And we have seen clearly again, actually in the phase of, in the post-pandemic phase, the rhetoric of the new inflation phase pushed by wage increases. That was actually really a rhetoric in terms of the empirical evidence, and this is clear even in the US. And then the phase of, okay, it's now the time of going into the, let's say, European Union. We should, in terms of international, let's say, convergence, we should be able to enter into the market. So if we are not enough good in terms of competitiveness, it should be a matter of too higher wage or alternatively forms of labor market institution that hampers the competitiveness of firms. And this has been the rhetoric that actually has started in the 2000s. Somehow there is more reflection of some part of this rhetoric in some countries vis-a-vis some other. Particularly, I'm talking of some of specific effect related to Italy, particularly in terms of lack of productivity growth and reduction of international competitiveness. So it's well known from studies that actually wage reduction strategies have to be pursued in order to increase, let's say, productivity growth. This has been the mantra in Italy for many years in economic literature. Effects in terms of empirical evidence tell us different story. Now, why we can include the minimum wage abolition as part of this, let's say, potential set of making the labor market more flexible, because what the theory will predict, very basic theory, and then in the end I will close with a very basic economics 101 graphic, is that if you actually increase minimum wage, or first of all, if you introduce minimum wage, and even worse, if you increase minimum wage, you have two different negative outcomes. One outcome is in terms of overall level of employment. You are going to decrease the overall level of employment because moving along a downward sloping demand function, it will be clearly more costly for employer, higher the new wages. And second, this will create distortionary effects in terms of the segment of the population that receive the minimum wage. Why is that? Because you are paying people more than they value, so their wages is higher than their individual productivity. So distortion in both sides. Now, what we have seen in terms of empirical reflection of the theoretical approach to labor market flexibilization is actually quite different, as Mario has really very, very briefly, but in a very effective way, just introduced at the beginning of the session. The trends that we have seen in the last 30 years have been quite different. The relationship between income distribution and labor markets actually show a clear progressive fall in the labor share. This is quite, nowadays is quite standard. So you can look at the dynamics of the labor share in many OECD studies. There have been a lot of discussion if it was an issue of measurement, but it's not the case. And so you see cross-country variability, independent of the level of development, independent of the position into international market, you see fall in the labor share. You are all scholars that have been working a lot and studying issues, precarization, causalization, and outsourcing of jobs, so all the issues related to two-tier, multiple-tier system into the labor market. So the arrival of competition between workers, that is something that actually, for example, in economic theory, we very, very, very rarely take into consideration, because for an economist, an average economist, labor is, so there are no difference across individual. And then clearly weakening of union power, due to increasing tendencies toward firm-level bargaining derogation, toward firm-level bargaining, derogation clauses, and lack of representation of precarious jobs. This is the relationship in terms of income distribution and labor market. Then what happens if we look into the macroeconomic growth and performance? Because the idea is that to link inequality vis-a-vis macro and growth performance. Well, what we have seen is not a period of, let's say, very fast growth, but we have seen slow growth connected with slow productivity and increasing productivity dispersion. Again, this is a fact that you can find across OECD countries. It's not an Italian matter, it's not a German matter, it's something that is there. It's a universalized fact of the, let's say, post-neoliberal phase. Stagnation of real investment. So if you just go into real investment and you look at the dynamics, they simply go down if you look at the net. Not in all countries again, but the dynamics is not very much the one that you might expect Caldorian or Keynesian economists had in mind. And clearly you see from the one side all these, let's say, pressure and vibe, again, technological change and transformation and, let's say, explosion of jobs, but from the other side, when you really see at the progress of industrial upgrading overall, at the rate of change in terms, for example, of machines and vintages installed into firms, you really don't see strong process of industrial upgrading. This for sure relate for, let's say, a European country on average. Increasing dispersion in productivity and pay, this is another very important issue that is a fact that maybe for sociologists and political scholars is quite common, but actually even economists have been understanding that yes, there is dispersion among very similar workers that work simply in different, not even firms, but plants, okay? So this is something that for us as economists, given the lack of data in terms of, let's say, connection between wage level and, let's say, firm plant at the individual worker, this is somehow somewhat relatively new evidence that you find. But again, there are increasing studies pushing to the fact that dispersion, if anything, it's really strongly related to employment relation at the workplace level. So it's the employer that make the difference. It's not even more the industry or the sector. Yes, industry and sector plays a role. Size of the firm plays a role, but even controlling for those factors, we are seeing new evidence that employers have large, let's say, possibility of defining different wage path. Now, what do we know about the minimum wage from the economic literature in terms of international comparison? Here a list that I will briefly survey in terms of the most relevant studies on the US, because clearly the US is one of the most, let's say, relevant cases because it has been one of the first countries introducing minimum wage. So there was a commission established in 1977 that is called Minimum Wage Study Commission that actually was meant to study if there were any effect in terms of the minimum wage introduction for occupation. And in 1981, they didn't find it. So no effect on teenagers, on young adults, and adults in general. Now, there is a long list of papers that actually the Nobel Prize in Economics 2022, Card, together with another co-author, Kreger, did in terms of the analysis of the minimum wage already in 1994. The first paper is an experimental study on the fast food sector in New Jersey, and no effect was found in terms of employment reduction. Another book that was written by the two authors, again, it's a Nobel Prize, Card and Kreger, Miles and Measurement, the New Economics of the Minimum Wage, no effect on employment, but if anything, guess what? You find an effect in terms of wage growth of workers in low segments. Okay, very unexpected, but this is what they find. Neumark and Wescher, this is actually the most controversial, let's say, collect book in terms of the effect of the minimum wage, where the author tend to say that there is an effect in terms of reduction of employment. Now, new evidence are coming, 2009, 2010, 2009, it's a meta-study analysis, sorry, I'm not able to properly spell, the Colugus and Sully, meta-analysis surveying at least 1,000 different coefficients across different types of estimation. In the period 1972-2007, they didn't find any strong effect in terms of employment reduction due to the introduction of the minimum wage. Dube, Lester, and Reich, another very important studies that does cross-country variabilities across US counties and exploit a time and longitudinal dimension. They didn't find a gain effect in terms of employment, but positive effect for wages in low-wage segment. Other new studies are popping up. Clearly, Germany is the case study now. Two important papers. One, Caliendo, that, as we know, is not really a non-mainstream economics. Actually, it's a quite good mainstream economist, and he has this paper on the German Economic Review, where actually he studies it together with other co-authors, the effect of the minimum wage in Germany, and what they did found is that actually there were minor effects in terms of employment, and in essence largely below initial negative expectation. Another important study published in a very wide recognized international journal in economics by Dassmann, a very strong labor economist, 2022, what identify is a cleansing effect of the introduction of the minimum wage. So higher probability of transition of low-wage workers toward better paying jobs, and regions more affected by the minimum wage introduction increased the average firm size. So cleansing effect in the market. Similar effect have been found for China. Very briefly, 2 minutes, I think I have it, okay. What the theory, as I started saying, what the theory predict? The theory predict that as far as you introduce a minimum wage that is in this setting, W2, that is higher in terms of the initial W1, where P1 is the nominal price, that is fixed by law, if you move, okay, along this labor demand function that is negative inclined, for sure you will decrease employment. But then, even in the standard textbook, labor economics textbook, one-on-one, what you find is that if you have a shift in the labor demand, you might have, even for wage increase, a higher opportunity for employment. And this is the effect in terms of employment. This is actually what people in macroeconomics call a multiplier or a Keynesian effect in terms of the higher wage level that is induced by the effect of the introduction of the minimum wage. Now, let's say, a thought experiment on Italy. What should we expect if we introduce at the macroeconomic level the minimum wage in Italy? According to the evidence, we should expect a first-order effect in terms of decreasing inequality. And pay attention that in Italy we are talking about a target population of around 4 million workers, okay? That is not that few, and that is largely concentrated in sector of occupation that are very strongly female-dominated. So you also have an interaction effect in terms of reduction of gender inequality, and this is not really a second-order effect, I would say. From less inequality, there is the opportunity to have higher growth path, and this is the standard Keynesian channel that in this country we have decided to stop, because we don't believe anymore that demand is able to, let's say, that wages can push demand. But what actually empirical evidence tells us is that let's say an increase in low-wage workers can have an effect overall at the macroeconomic level in terms of the aggregate wage level. Then you might have cleansing effect in terms of higher efficiency and increase in productivity, because you might have forms of expulsion of those firms that actually are those that pay wages that are below the minimum wage, and you might have even positive effect in terms of increase of size, which implies technological upgrading. So you might do one, you might reach to objective with one. You might have industrial policies by means of labor policies. Well, that would be very interesting, but okay, this is the country that we know. From less inequality, we can even end up in lower territorial divides. Again, why is that? Because the target sectors, the target workers, are located into the south. The debate, as you know, in Italy has been actually very strongly, let's say, oriented toward if we introduce the minimum wage, we are going to decrease trade unions' power. Well, I was really surprised by the way in which actually a right-wing government was able to monopolize this discussion, because I never thought that this government could have said nothing in favor of trade union. This is just a parenthesis, but what we know from empirics is that the German case actually tells us that there has been no negative effect in terms of, let's say, effort of trade unions and capacity of trade unions to set minimum wage level at the sectoral, by means of sectoral negotiation. The second point I would like to highlight, and then I really close, is that trade unions are, as we know, are not simply about setting minimum wages. So trade unions have larger capacity, so have larger scope. So beyond definition of sectoral minimum wage, they have a larger, let's say, scope of negotiation. So I really don't see the claim that the introduction of the minimum wage would reduce trade union power. And for sure, the level and the way in which this minimum wage should be established, apart from the proposal that are now under evaluation, should include a multi-stakeholder ministerial commission that should be able to define the minimum and also the upgrade of the minimum if we will action of this policy in Italy. And I stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maria Enrica, for this dense presentation with a very helpful framework of the overall description of the evidence that has been coming out from economic research in this area. We now turn to Lucio Baccaro, Max Planck Institute, and the topic is wage policy as growth policy.
Okay. Thanks a lot. I start by so I'm hetero-directed here. I have no control, no autonomous control. I start by thanking the organizers, Guglielmo and Ralf. And I think the presentation will follow nicely on the previous one. Because what I'll try to do is to think about wages as a driver of growth. So more specifically, I want to think whether wage-led growth could be resurrected. So I will touch upon four themes, try to answer four questions. What is wage-led growth? Why did it get into crisis? Can it be resurrected, and what kind of institutional changes this would be required? And then the fourth question is there a political coalition for wage-led growth? This is the only part where I will introduce new data. The others are old stuff. And I'm only going to look at the demand side. The supply side of a wage-led growth strategy big question mark, and in my view, it's missing entirely. So let me start by looking at some data, just illustrative. I'm going to look at four countries: Germany, Italy, the UK, and Sweden. These are the countries that I recently and the bottom line is wages are not in great shape. Germany, between approximately 1995 and 2015, so over 20 years. Look at the red solid line, which is, then you have the real hourly wage for several sectors. Manufacturing is the blue solid line. Then there is total wage growth for the economy as a whole. Accommodation and food, which generally is a low wage, low productivity sector. Construction also is a low wage, low productivity sector. Finance tends to be a high wage sector. Well, the story for Germany, it doesn't matter which sector you look at, all sectors have a wage dynamics which is well below labor productivity in the economy as a whole, which means well below sectoral labor productivity. And the consequence of this is a decline of the wage share. The Italian case is more interesting. First of all, look at the axis. They're really short axis. So the top is 120. And there are, wages don't do very well. They're basically flat, as we all know. And the reason is that labor productivity is flat. And here, I mean, it's not the case that wages grow below productivity everywhere. In fact, they grow slightly above productivity, but the problem is the productivity is non-existent, in particular for manufacturing. Wages grow, real wages grow faster than. Sweden is, as usual, the exception. Here, the scale on the y-axis is up to 180. There is real wage growth, and all sectors are above national productivity. This is a country that still looks like a wage-led country. And also the other notable fact about Sweden is that the dispersion of wages across sectors is. And then the UK is an interesting case. I mean, if you look at the UK, you will see stagnation from approximately 2007 on, as we all know. Quite robust real wage growth before. There is the outlier, which is finance, the dotted yellow line, which then declines. So the UK is also a case in which real wages overall are about productivity. Productivity is now stagnating, so the same phenomenon as in Italy, only it starts later in time, and wages are also stagnating. So, first question, what is wage-led growth? And here I'm basically going to summarize work by Lavoie and Stockhammer. So this is a growth model where the driver of growth is the real wage. And the real wage is considered to be at least partially exogenous because it doesn't depend on market forces. It depends, at least in parts, on power, on worker power. And that is exogenous. Worker power is a function of unionization, how tight the labor market is, and importantly, institutional. Worker power allows real wages to grow in line and possibly, tendentially, faster than labor productivity. Now, controlling for productivity, the fact that real wages grow faster than productivity means that the wage share tends to increase at the margin. Now, this strategy has a name or a label in Italy, which is il salario è una variabile indipendente. This was a sentence that was uttered during the hot autumn. It came from extra-parliamentary leftist groups and non-orthodox economists. It was, in my view, too quickly branded as economic illiteracy. I remember in particular an interview given by Luciano Lama, who was general of the CGIL in 1978 to La Repubblica, where he basically said, that's nonsense. Il salario non può essere una variabile indipendente, not an independent variable, it is dependent. With 40 years hindsight, economically illiterate are probably on the other side. I think that il salario is a policy variable, has been discarded too quickly. So if real wages grow, that finances consumption. The prospect of higher consumption stimulates investment, so you have clear expansionary effects. You tend to have a negative impact on net exports because imports tend to grow and exports tend to become less competitive. Hence, there could be a current account problem. However, there is an important corrective. First, two important correctives. Wage-led driven tended to be quite closed economies. And second, the wage push itself stimulates productivity increase. A series of mechanisms that the previous identified, and I must say that the work that is coming out from actually clarifies several different paths by which wage growth may actually contribute to labor productivity. In the end, although there is a tendency for the wage share to actual ex-post increase of the wage share may actually be lower than the initial input because the denominator, labor productivity, also tends to increase. An important implication of wage-led growth is upgrading of the industrial structure. Mechanism is essentially that rigidities have a productivity enhancing. Now, very briefly, this was the Fordist cycle. Wage increases move into consumption demand, but also investment demand. Now, this transition is not automatic. This are institutions, bargaining in particular, that make it so that real wage increases transition into an expansion of demand. The expansion of demand leads to productivity increases through several mechanisms. I won't go into them because I don't have time. And then the productivity increases are redistributed through collective bargaining into wage. This is how the wage-led growth model used to work. It doesn't exist anymore. Why it doesn't exist? Here I'm going to draw on various pieces in the book by Andrew Glynn of 2005. Well, short answer is that there was a political backlash. But a political backlash, there was also a response to some endogenous problems of this particular growth model, wage-led growth. First of all, contrary to a Kaleskian assumption that firms respond to an increase in aggregate demand by increasing capacity utilization and not prices, as we know, is that wage-led growth had an inflation problem. So, and this inflation problem became an acute problem between the 70s and the 80s, and also it's a model that essentially, as I alluded before, works better for small open economies with trade and capital liberalization sputters a little bit. Moreover, and perhaps more importantly, a higher wage share implies a lower profit share. And this unleashes a political reaction, a capitalist strike, as it is sometimes. And the response is, in short, liberalization, the undermining of the institutional preconditions. Particularly collective bargaining. Collective bargaining is the key indicator of between productivity increases and real wages increases. That link has essentially been. And once that institution is broken, the model as a whole gets into crisis. So very briefly, what happens with the crisis on wage-led growth? Well, you have a common problem for all advanced countries of deficient demands. These are the stagnation tendencies that Maria Enrica. And this common problem of excess savings, deficient demand, is addressed in. There is a domestic demand response, which is similar to wage-led growth, except that you no longer have wages as the growth driver. Now the growth driver becomes easier access to debt. So you finance consumption by facilitating the access to debt. We call it debt-led, consumption-led, debt-driven, consumption-led typical of the US in particular, also the UK. Another very different alternative is export-led. In this case, the key driver is attracting foreign demand, and you do it by doing the opposite of wage-led growth, by compressing wages and domestic demand. This is the German growth model until 2007, less clearly after the crisis until COVID, and now export-led growth have stalled in Germany as well. There is this exception, we call it balanced growth model, where you can activate two growth drivers, consumption and export-led, and the reason why you can do that is that exports are not highly price sensitive, so there is no trade-off between stimulating exports and stimulating consumption. This is the case. There is the possibility that there is no growth model at all, so stagnation, and that's the Italian case. What all these growth models after the crisis of wage-led have in common is that they are highly unstable. They generate inequality, asset bubbles, mercantilism, and hence international tensions, and overall capitalist instability. Can wage-led growth be resurrected? In theory, yes, but let's work through the preconditions. The key precondition is to boost worker power. So all of these things that are listed in the slide are important if there is limited political capital, including minimum wage. If there's limited political capital, the most important lever is labor market re-regulation in my view, especially the limitation to short-term contracts. That is crucial to reactivate labor productivity. Facilitating low-wage, low-productivity work is key to the stagnation, the current stagnation of productivity. The first lever has to be. Can I have 4 minutes? Thank you.
Bargain,
yeah. Other elements, minimum wage, incentives to unionization, all important. Stronger role for the state, not only in terms of demand management not just in the short run, but also in the long run. Demand as long. Industrial policy, which is indispensable, especially if one takes the climate transition and fewer constraints on fiscal policy. So fiscal policy of the kind that we have in the Eurozone is difficult to reconcile with. But not just fiscal policy has to change, also monetary policy has to change. The new mandate for central banks, and perhaps even revisit the notion of central bank independence. The mandate of central banks is not be just on price stability, it should also be on employment and the financing of the green transition. I would add, and I have a question mark, can all of this be achieved without revisiting full capital market openness, without revisiting financialization? Okay, I will use my last 2 minutes to talk about the question, is there a constituency for wage-led growth? And here I will make reference to a paper that has just appeared, Preferences for Growth Strategies in Advanced Democracies, a new gap with Bjorn Bremer and Eric Nymans. So we asked the question, what growth strategies do citizens want? And is there a representation gap? Is there a mismatch between what citizens want and what governments provide? So we have large samples, larger than 4,000 individuals in Germany, Italy, Sweden, and the UK, and we present respondents with vignettes, stylized vignettes of a wage-led strategy, a profit-led strategy, an export-led strategy, and a credit-led strategy. So these vignettes are easy to understand, and hence they are quite simplistic if you want, but they emphasize the key driver of growth, real wage, unit profits, credit, and exports, and the key mechanisms. I don't have time to go through it, but perhaps you can read. So in the case of real wage, growth happens because real wage growth strengthens consumption, which in turn strengthens investment. In the case of profit-led growth, growth happens because unit profits increase, strengthen investment, which strengthens consumption through a so-called trickle-down effect. So we asked which strategy the government should pursue, and this is what we find. In all these countries, there are absolute majorities in favor of wage-led growth, by large margins, except in Sweden. And including in export-led Germany, by the way. So there is a representation gap, a very clear one, because wage-led growth is nowhere to be found. It's dead. I mean, the wage strategies that have survived are profit-led in the form of trickle-down, export-led, and some variant of credit-led. So there is a representation gap. How do we explain this? The literature on unequal democracy says that the preferences that matter for policies are not the preferences of the average voter or the median voter, it's the preferences of the rich, and that's exactly what we find. If we cut the sample very thin and you reach the 1%, you will see that the preference for wage-led growth, which is everywhere, you find it across all class segments, all sectors, we find it all countries, but not the top 1%. The top 1% doesn't want wage-led growth. The top 1%, strangely enough, doesn't even want profit-led growth. Marx wrote that profit-led growth may have a problem of profit realization, so they seem to be aware of this. They prefer export-led growth. That becomes the top choice. So to conclude, wage policy is growth policy. However, to achieve wage-led growth, one needs to critically reassess and undo many of the policy innovations of the neoliberal era of the past 30 years. One needs to strengthen trade unions and collective bargaining, re-regulate labor markets, empower the state, and reassess central bank independence. Obstacles are not structural, they are political. These are the obstacles. There seems to be very wide demand for wage-led growth. There is no supply. I don't know any single party, any campaigns on wage. But this is where we are continuing. Preliminary answers for the time being. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lucio. Your comments are very relevant in the context of the run-up to the European election, of course. Now I invite Lisa Dorigatti, University of Milan. Italian collective bargaining enters strain, the metalworking case.
Yes, thank you very much to the organizer for having me. Thank you for the introduction by Mario. I hope it's not too disappointing because I will not be providing an economic analysis of collective bargaining. It's rather an institutional type of analysis of a peculiar case of collective bargaining, the case of the Italian metalworking industry. Can I move it autonomously? Yeah, okay. So the question, so why I think it fits this presentation within this debate, it's because we have this idea also very clearly in the EU Directive that collective bargaining and statutory minimum wages are a sort of functional equivalent. So if you have a functioning collective bargaining system, you don't need to bother about statutory minimum wage, and this is even better because collective bargaining does not only provide minimum wages, as Marika was saying, but also several other things. And so what I did this is joint work with a colleague from the University of Modena and Reggio Emilia, Matteo Rinaldini. What we wanted to explore with the case of the Italian metalworking industry was to try and assess the stability and change of a very central industrial relations institution, collective bargaining. We know in industrial relations research, this has been an area of considerable debate over the past years. There are two opposing approaches, one which talks about substantial stability. When we talk about the Italian case, this is even clearer. So we have this discussion about collective bargaining coverage, the structure of collective bargaining. So on one side, we have this idea that, okay, coverage is very stable. If changes have been undergoing were towards organized decentralization, so not particularly bad. There is another stream of literature which instead highlights significant signs of change in the direction of liberalization, also due to the frontal assault by international institutions during the financial and debt crisis. What has been emerging, I think, in terms of a sort of a consensus, or at least a position, is that we need to be aware of the distinction. This is the work by Lucio and Chris Howell, the distinction between institutional form and institutional function, so what institutions provide. Because the idea is that focusing on the form of institutions might give a false sense of stability. And with our study of collective bargaining in the Italian metal sector, we wanted to dig into these ideas. So is it really that collective bargaining, which seems to be very stable in Italy, still provides the same level of constraints to individual employer? And then what are the factors driving this? So what we did in this research is to focus on the function of collective bargaining, namely the capacity to limit employer discretion. This is different from most literature, which focuses on the form, so collective bargaining coverage and collective bargaining structure. We focused on 5 dimensions of this constraint capacity. I will focus only on 3 in this presentation: the bargaining structure, wages, working time, external flexibility, and job classification, job grading. We focused on the Italian metalworking sector because we think it's kind of a critical case. So the Italian collective bargaining system is usually praised for its high stability, 100% coverage, even though this issue is highly questionable and questioned. The metalworking industry is one of those industries which are even more stable in the Italian case, so much less signs of fragmentation compared to other industry, much less importance of so-called pirate agreements. There have been signs of restoring of the importance of the sectoral collective agreements after a long phase of separate agreements signed by only 2 of the 3 unions in Italy. There has been literature arguing that Italian employers are opponents to liberalization, particularly in core manufacturing sectors. One instance has been the reaction of Confindustria, but also Federmeccanica, so the employer association belonging to Confindustria, towards the Fiat case, the exit from the employer association. So we thought it might be a good case to look at. And what we did was a thematic analysis of the text of the metalworking collective agreement stipulated over the last 25 years. It is 10 collective agreements, some only entailing the economic side, some economic plus normative, complemented with semi-structured interviews. So I go straight into the matter of issues. So what happened to wage regulation? Wage regulation over this 25 period of time has been moving towards a very clear limitation of the role as wage authority of the sectoral collective agreement. This has gone through different mechanisms, but the goal was that the collective agreement was only as an instrument of recovery of inflation, while the delegation of productivity distribution should have been confined to the company level. We mentioned, so Guglielmo mentioned at the beginning the very famous Ciampi Protocol. This is part of the Interconfederal Agreement of the 1993, which played out a little bit differently in the metal sector. But this went even beyond, because also the capacity of recovery of inflation has been strongly undermined. This has gone through several different steps. The opening of the period, the 1994 collective agreement of the metal industry, was a sort of an elastic interpretation of the 1993 Interconfederal Agreement, in the sense that there was a use of, there was a minority interpretation of this distribution of function between the company and the sectoral collective agreement, because sectoral productivity was partially distributed also at the sectoral level. And that was the crux of the matter in the first separate collective agreement of 2001, which some of people here might recall that the negotiations broke down on the issue of 18,000 liras, which was what the FIOM CGL didn't accept, and that amount was the distribution of the sectoral productivity into the sectoral collective agreement. And so this first collective agreement, separate collective agreement signed only by the two minority unions, was the elimination of the competence of the collective agreement to redistribute sectoral productivity at sectoral level. In the proceeding of the collective bargaining history, we went through a phase of re-unitary collective agreements, which introduced some compensation for this change. They introduced the so-called equalization element. The problem in this distribution of competencies between the two levels of the collective bargaining system is that if you don't have company-level collective agreement, then productivity simply doesn't get distributed. And so the unitary collective agreement of 2006 introduced an equalization element, so a mechanism for compensating workers which were employed in companies not affected by second-level bargaining. It was only a partial compensation because this equalization element could be absorbed if workers had the individual premia already received individual premia, so it's not a real compensation. What happened in the wave of collective agreements afterwards was to limit the capacity of the sectoral collective agreement to even keep pace to inflation. This was introduced in the separate 2009 collective agreement with the famous introduction as first sectoral agreement of an index, the famous IPCA, which is used to compute inflation and which is depurated from the price trends of imported energy goods. So it sets the impossibility of fully recover real inflation. And what crucially, very importantly, also further compressed the wage dynamics was the change in the way in which wage increases are computed, the so-called point value, the valore punto, which is, so in the former system, the wage increases were computed on the base of the average actual salaries in the industry. They moved towards the minimum of the collective agreements, and of course, the average salaries are much higher, so the increases get reduced, and also the characteristic of solidaristic type of wage policies also was compressed. What the negotiation also wanted to was to make variable, make more productivity dependent also company level wage setting. In the separate 2012 collective agreements, there was a slight change, so the elimination of the word also in the definition of how company level collective bargaining should function. In the previous version, the wording was that this could be also totally variable, and this also was used in many territories to do the opposite, so to make it not variable, so to make it as a fixed amount. This was eliminated in the separate collective agreement. Then the wage history of the sector goes through a renewed unitary negotiations, the 2016 one. So no particular changes in the overall wage setting structure, so it was confirmed even though it was unitary, but it was characterized by an extreme wage moderation which was connected to the very low levels of inexistent inflation. The key point here is that Federmeccanica, so the employer association, even wanted to pursue a proposal that the national collective agreement should only should only provide wage increases for workers who do not enjoy any other economic recognition at company level, so becoming a pure function of minimum guarantee, which only covers a very limited side of the workforce. The last collective agreement has been praised to be an instance of growth of real wages. This is true, but it took place within an unchanged wage setting structure, in the sense that the growth of real wages that were implemented in the agreement were connected in line with the Interconfederal Agreement Patto per la Fabbrica, with changes as a remuneration of changes in the organizational structure of companies, in particular the change, the reform of the job classification scheme. So it doesn't put into question the overall structure of the wage setting system. I skip on working time only to say what we see. So we didn't focus only on wages, we focused only on the other important elements which are part of collective bargaining and which are in the constraining side. So what we see in terms of working time is the movement away from union control flexibility of working hours towards the expansion of spaces for unilateral action by management. This is particularly visible in the regulation of overtime. What was expanded was the share of overtime work which could be managed unilaterally by employers, which moved first from 32 to 40 hours per year, second to from 40 to 80 hours per year. This might be a tiny issue, but what we have seen in research is that the necessity to negotiate on overtime with employee representatives constitute a critical bargaining chip that employee representatives have at company level. So through that chip, they can negotiate also other issues. So having this disappearing is particularly impactful on the power of labor representatives. And in terms of external flexibility, we see again, a movement away from union control flexibilization towards liberalization, in this case not through an expansion of discretion in the sectoral collective agreement, but the full elimination of any bargain constraint in the sectoral agreement. So here the starting point is the unitary collective agreement of 1999, signed after the 1997 first labor market reform, the so-called Treo reform, which introduced quite stringent constraints on employer discretion in terms of both a maximum percentage limit, 8% of the workforce, now is kind of a dream, and the prohibition of using especially temporary work for activities with limited professional content. This was the second cruise of the matter of the separate 2003 collective agreement after the so-called Biaggi labor market reform. Employers wanted to implement the reform within the sectoral collective agreement. One union refused, the other two accepted. So all these constraints were basically lifted. In the following unitary collective agreement, there were only a very limited re-regulation in the form of introduction of a stabilization clause for non-standard employees. In the other two separate collective agreements, the movement was to eliminate any residual constraint, and so now the sectoral collective agreement does not provide any contractual flexibility, contractual constraint on which is beyond the law, and even unions committed to introduce safeguard clauses, arguing that whatever labor market reform will be implemented, we will be implementing into the sectoral collective agreement. Just a couple of words, if I can, a couple of minutes on the factors explaining this liberalization trajectory, because this has been another area of debate in industrial relations and comparative political economy. We see three main factors. The first and key, according to us, is the pressure exercised by employers. So differently from what argued by also other colleagues, it doesn't seem like that Italian employers are particularly supportive of the conservation of the role of the sectoral agreement, at least if this is understood in the sense of providing a general and homogeneous regulation that constrains companies in all sectors, up to the 2016 request by Federmeccanica that with regards to wages, wage increases at sectoral level should only really be the minimum guarantee. In terms of flexibility, what was visible also in the 2000s is that really companies wanted to have room free of maneuver. The enabling factors are the characteristics of the other two actors of industrial relations. On the one side, the role of the state, labor market reforms in the 90s and early 2000s, and even intervention in the collective bargaining structure with the famous law of 2011, produced a significant transformation of power relations between labor and capital that employers were able to exploit, and the fragmentation of the trade union front was a secondary enabling factor. Most of the liberalization measures were implemented in the separate collective agreements, and they were never recovered when collective bargaining got back to its unitary characteristics. No formal distancing in the sectoral collective bargaining structure if we look at the form, but very significant changes in terms of its function, particularly in the capacity of being a general and homogeneous regulation of employment at sectoral level.
Thank you very much, Lisa, for this dense reconstruction. Clearly, it seems that Italy has not yet understood the possible change of wind in the context of industrial relations, but we have now an intense set of discussion and questions. So, Rolf.
I have a question for Lucio. In your list of factors you think needed to support a wage growth strategy, you mentioned re-regulation of the labor market. Re-regulation, let me start my question by saying, in my system theoretical analysis of deregulation, I view it as a form of regulation. Deregulation is one form of regulation which necessarily leads to re-regulation. So the question then is your idea of re-regulation just a response to deregulation, or do you have something else in mind that is more closely related to what you think is needed for growth strategy? But of course, the question that is related to this that you might have expected was about minimum wage regulation. Is this now something that supports your job growth, wage growth strategy?
Zeitlin?
Thanks, Mario. My question is also for Lucio, although it touches also on a point that Maria. And this is the issue of demand leakage from wage growth as a constraint on wage-led growth strategies. I mean, if we think back to the 1970s and the early 1980s, we know that in a number of countries this was a very factor, certainly in the UK, but also if we think about the U-turn of the Mitterrand government in the early 1980s. Now, you mentioned it at only one point when you set out the theoretical wage-led growth model that it can lead imports and decrease in exports, but as a kind of second round effect. And I wonder whether you have looked at what we might call the import elasticity of wage increases across the country that you have studied. I mean, certainly expect this to be quite substantial. I mean, I can think of two countervailing effects, which would be quite ironic from your point of view. One would be that in countries in the euro area, the balance of payments constrained. So from that point of view, it's only the effects on competitiveness and not on the currency, although that could be for Central European countries outside the Eurozone. And we're seeing, for example, pressure on Hungary in its policy choices because of pressure on the value of the forint. It's not about wages, but it's about other policy choices. And then I guess another argument could be that with deindustrialization, that is to say with services accounting for a larger share of expenditure, they might be more local and less sensitive. But it seems want to revive the idea of wage growth, you have to address this issue empirically as well as theoretically. And isn't a constraint of promoting.
I have a question to all three people, actually, because starting with your analysis, Lucio, in terms of wage-led growth, in Italy you seem to have very good conditions to achieve wage-led growth. You have 100 or close to 100% bargaining coverage. Unions are still strong. Collective bargaining system is more or less still functioning. Yet still you have what my friend and colleague Salvo Leonardi 2 months ago described as the Italian paradoxon. Despite all those conditions, good institutional framework conditions, you have one of the poorest wage growth in Europe. I just wanted to have your view on that, of this weird situation. And then one comment to Maria Enrica on the effect of the minimum wage in Germany. I mean, you quoted Dustmann. I want to point to the work of my colleagues at the Hans-Böckler Stiftung, I think notably Torsten Schulten and Herzog Stein. And they have shown that the employment you said that was lost was actually mainly mini jobs. So these were the jobs which very limited duration and on low wages. And they were lost, and I think that's politically desirable even. So I think that effect was actually positive in terms of employment loss. And then the effect on unions and collective bargaining, I think what we see in particular in the food industry, traditional low-wage sector in Germany, is that the introduction of the minimum wage actually boosted collective bargaining, because they now constantly need to catch up with the statutory minimum wage. They need to renegotiate and adapt their collective agreement. So it actually boosted bargaining activity, and as a consequence also unionization, because wage growth in the food industry was one of the largest in Germany because they had to catch up, in particular with the jump to 12 euros 2 years ago. So in that respect, the introduction of the statutory minimum wage actually even had a positive effect on bargaining and unionization, at least in that sector.
Any more questions? I have a little question on the to Marika and Lucio on the combination of demand and supply dynamics, because here we have both the possibility of virtuous and vicious circles, but basically we have nothing happening, especially in the case of Italy. So the lack of a clear external exogenous demand dynamics prevents productivity growth, because demand goes into the numerator of productivity, and of course with flat productivity you have the constraint on redistribution, but at the same time we are in the middle of technological transitions which are diminishing the the number of workers in the context of technological changes and organizational changes, which a way where depress wages, may increase productivity but depress wages. So we are in the midst of structural transformation on the both demand and supply side, where basically there is a lack of model. No? There is exactly lack of, even from the part of business and from the part of governments, there's a lack of a coherent macro, industrial, and firm-level strategy. So the question is, this can be comprehensible in a context of uncertainty and transition for a short period, but now we have been going through this for 20 years. So I just wonder what you think about that. So let's start from...
Okay, thank you. Oh.
Can I make a very last quick point, which touches upon what both Maria, Enrica, and Lucio have said. One of the channels that can impair the functioning of a wage-led growth model or to increases in the minimum wage is the effect on the trade balance, but also you mentioned the effect of the impact of financialization. And because financialization in the long trend has been the force which allowed capital to gain strength, because with capital account openness, capital is free to respond to wage increases by going somewhere else. So this is true on the global level, but it's especially true in the European Union, where you have full capital openness and also very high factor mobility, so also labor mobility. So my guess is that in the EU especially, a policy that wants to increase wages faces the big constraint of the current structure of the European Union and can only work if it is a European Union policy. Otherwise, if states are free to go in when they want, the ones that are trying this strategy will face this potential constraint of capital outflows. Let's put it very simply.
I just want to address a point. It's following up on Maria Enrica's contribution, since you talked about the effects of minimum wages, also a little bit relating to Torsten's comment, but I think this can be also more generally of relevance in this conference about reforming minimum wages and collective bargaining in Europe and in Italy, where there is a discussion about introducing a statutory minimum wage. And that's exactly about the relation between minimum wages and collective bargaining and what can be the effects of the introduction of a minimum wage on collective bargaining. And of course, it's quite easy to think of this as what would be the right term, a competitive relationship, like a statutory minimum wages, the state intervention potentially substituting for collective bargaining and sort of damaging collective bargaining. And that's, of course, very strong in the minds of unions where I live in Norway and in Scandinavia, where they don't want statutory minimum wages. And I wanted to mention in this context that it is quite interesting, however, that research so far has not shown any negative effects of minimum wages on unionization. Like for Germany, there is a case study on this with sort of diff analysis on microdata, where they actually showed the introduction of the minimum wage had a positive effect on unionization. Some colleagues and I just got an article accepted in the British Journal of Industrial Relations, where we analyzed the same question across countries, whether statutory minimum wage crowds out union density, and we do not find evidence for that it crowds out union density. Now, I'm not saying this to say that there is no problem. I do think actually it's very important to be cautious about this question. What will statutory minimum wages do to collective bargaining structures? But I just want to point to this research as I think there's need for further research to be more precise in where can the problems lie and where maybe are there not actually any substantial problems. Thank you.
Yes, a very short question to Maria Enrica, question related with the previous one. When you talk about the effects of the introduction of minimum wage in Italy, are you talking in general terms, or do you assume a specific level of wages? And so which level? I don't know. So of the international indicators or some.
Okay, thank you. So I'll take 5 minutes to recap. I take first the comments about, so first of all, really thank you for the discussion, because I think the session has been having a very good flow in terms of the contents. So I take the questions, first of all, related to minimum wage in Germany, relationship with respect to unions, and then I will just briefly add a couple of comments on wage-led regimes, okay, very briefly. So related to minimum wage interaction and industrial relations structures, first of all, thank you for pointing out to further evidence, because in principle, from a theoretical perspective, if you look at where minimum wage act, we know that if you just take the distribution of minimum wage act in the bottom part of the distribution. And you also know, this is a very important paper by Card, DiNardo, and 14 in 1991, that whenever there is a negotiation and bargaining, where it does act, it acts in the middle part of the distribution, largely. So whenever you increase the competition in the bottom part, this increase in the competition, if you increase the level of wages in the bottom part, this might reverberate into the medium part. So in overall, let's say, the substitution effect that we might have in terms of higher minimum wage having, let's say, distortionary effect vis-a-vis wage of the medium part are really not found there. I believe that related to your comments, it's very important also at the variable that we look at, because it's not simply union coverage. So when you think about the power of unions, and it's important for us to understand also in terms of the extent to which this actual threat is a threat, we need to understand that unions are actors that, as Lisa was really showing by means of contractual regulation, they act in many dimensions. And setting minimum wages is actually just one dimension. So I take the case of the food industry in Germany. If I have a minimum, clearly I have to compete above the minimum. So I don't see why they should be devalued by their own, let's say, role and scope. And I also think that it's important, also related to what Lisa was showing, this wave, right, of negotiation that are really influenced by political instance, let's say, political structure. But my question was actually, when she was presenting, which was the, let's say, the trend in the agreed minimum wages in this contract, right? So is there an interaction between other level of negotiation and minimum wage? This is an issue that we should consider, I believe, in order to take a broader understanding of the competition between minimum wage and, in general, actors of bargaining and social dialogue. In terms of the level, yes, the level is the issue, right? I mean, first of all, you have to decide that you introduce it, and this would be already something. Then, clearly, if you put below the minimum of the minimum, yes, let's give up, okay? But this has been a proposal as well in Italy, because we are very clever. So now, clearly, the level is an issue of negotiation as well. So there are proposals that say that should be at least let's say, above the median of the minimum, okay? So you might consider, let's say, the range of the minimum. You might consider a decent level, because you might want also to say, I believe that below this level, it's indecent, okay? You might have consideration in terms of, let's say, changing dynamics vis-a-vis a minimum that you set, let's say, considering the average minimum that you have in the contractual negotiation. This is not what we should discuss here, I believe. There is the need of an institutional setting of a commission that defines the minimum, right? As Germany has done. So Germany has a multi-level stakeholder table where people sit and say, okay, if it is 9 euros, if it is 10 euros, let's see the effect. So I don't think we should discuss here about the minimum, apart that it should be higher than the lowest minimum and should be a decent level of, let's say, pay. I stopped. Maybe I went too long. So I
Thank you. Lucio?
Yeah.
Thanks a lot for all these questions, and I'll do my best to answer them briefly. To Ralph's question, yeah, well taken that deregulation is a form of regulation. Yes, so we need to use regulation to. We have to essentially increase the type and depth of rigidities in the labor market, and now I will explain why. And then you asked me the question, what do I think about the minimum wage? This is not a question that I have looked into in detail. I would say a few things. First of all, it's not the only lever. I mean, there's a range of instruments, more or less functionally equivalent, that can be used to achieve the primary goal, which is increasing worker power, and especially increasing the power of workers that have low human capital. So a weaker labor market position. That's the goal. Is the minimum wage the way to go? It depends. It depends on how you design, how you set it. Will it be implemented in a country like Italy, where implementation is a real problem? That is my concern. It's not just setting the minimum wage, but also making sure that this doesn't blow the informal economy, black economy, really out of proportion. So if I have a limited political capital and I have to invest it somewhere, I would invest it in limiting the number and the ease with which firms can create precarious jobs. That for me is the priority. Of course, everything else that contributes to the goal is the goal is increasing working power at a time in which worker power is at its limit, at its minimum. Yeah, that's welcome. Jonathan, you're right. There is a balance of payment constraints. There is a problem of balance of payment constraint growth. What does this imply? It implies a few things which are interesting to consider. It implies that this wage-led strategy is, in a way, more affordable for countries that are high up in the international hierarchy, especially in the hierarchy of monetary power. This is a strategy that the US can afford. And in fact, the US is the closest in policy terms now with Biden, what Biden is doing to implementing this kind of. Why can the US apply this strategy? Because it has no balance of payment constraint, de facto. It can go into all sorts of debts, and the rest of the world is willing to finance all sorts of debts. But the other thing, how do you relax the current account constraint? The current account constraint means that your growth rate is constrained by essentially the volume of exports and the income elasticity of imports. This is where industrial policy comes in. You have to, in a way, increase the attractiveness of your export specialization, and also reduce the latter, reduce the income elasticity of your imports. This is where the state comes in, and not just, industrial policy is not just labor market liberalization, which is the interpretation of industrial policy at the European level until COVID. It's something that goes back to previous eras of interventionist state. Then you asked me, how do you explain this paradox that in Italy there are all the conditions for wage-led growth, but there's none? And I promise we didn't agree on this question, because it sounds like you're setting the ball. Italy is severely constrained. Think it through. What would it imply? And let's go back to their paper. So, somehow, miraculously, the actors in Italy decide that they're going to strengthen wages. 2 days after, they're going to have a series of country-specific recommendations. And be very careful. You're going to have a problem of inflation. You're going to have a problem of deficit. You're going to have a problem of balance of payments. And there's going to be the opening of an export excessive deficit procedure. There might even be a financial crisis, God forbid. And what happens? Everything falls back into place. And the place is the old place. This is a country where things don't. This is the country of the Gattopardo, where you can elect a technocratic government and then a populist government, and they do exactly when it matters. They do very different things on things that don't really matter, but when it matters, which is macroeconomic. I promise we didn't. Could you please ask this question? But yeah, is there a final question? Yeah, just one final consideration. So this is not overcoming capitalism. This is old-style social democratic, what the social democrats used to do in the 50s, in the 60s, in the 70s. This is Rehn-Meidner. The idea that you use rigidities in order to increase efficiency. Apparently, it's no longer possible to do that. I maintain there are no structural constraints. There are political constraints and now institutional constraints. You don't have to overcome capitalism. This is still capitalism. But you have to fundamentally rewrite the institutional map of that. And the reason is that the current version of capitalism doesn't work. Doesn't work from an efficiency point of view, doesn't work from an environmental point of view, doesn't work from a political point of view. It generates so much dissatisfaction that it becomes fragile. So in a way, saving capitalism from itself.
Thank you, Lucio. That's challenging. By the way, on terms of opinion polls, the minimum wage proposal in Italy was obtaining a very, very large consensus. So we have one case in which there could be alignment between popular opinion demands and some political agency on this issue. By the way, as a piece of information concerning your initiative on the question of reducing precarity, the CGIL has decided to launch a collection of signatures for a national referendum on a number of issues which would address the reduction of the precarization, the greater power of unions, and so on. This is still in the process of being finalized, but this clearly would represent a jump in terms of the putting on the political table the question of union power and workers' protection. Marika, you had just okay.
Yeah, very quickly, I just wanted to add something on Torsten's question. So what explains the Italian paradox? I think that the other part of the answer beyond what Lucio already said, which connects to what Lucio actually said, is that you need to look at the collective bargaining system in context. And what has been changing over time is really kind of workers' power, and I fully buy in what Lucio was saying, that if I had to put something on the table, only one policy for raising wages would not be neither the minimum wage nor the strengthening of the collective bargaining system, but the re-regulation of the labor market. So we all know that a major issue is involuntary part-time. That's where also the most dramatic increase in low wages has been recorded. So it's really there where we see the problem. And this also reverberates into the capacity of workers to negotiate. So as we try to show in the presentation, so what really matters are the contextual conditions in which you are placed, and then you can be played out by employers. But if you have an unfavorable external condition, then you will not be able to negotiate. You might keep 100% coverage of collective agreements. You might keep the fragmentation under control. So we all know that also these discussions on pirate collective agreements might have limited effect, so they are not particularly diffused. But what you see is really a problem within the major collective agreements, those signed also by the most representative unions, because of the weakening of workers' power, which is affected also by external conditions.
And paradox, because I really don't see any paradox, because you see from 1993 onward a set of progressive reforms in terms of regulation of the labor market that had one clear objective, making more flexible the labor market. Then the institutional setting had remained, let's say, fictitiously the same, but you had a strong institutional regulation chain at the low level, it's at the supra level, that was actually, I really don't see the paradox in it.
Thank you very much to everyone. We will have an interesting session in the afternoon, but it's interesting that in the next 2 weeks there will be 2 other conferences organized by Italian economists in Salerno on 26 and 27, and in Turin on April 5, with Guglielmo, myself, and some other colleagues, which have wages at the center, wages in firms, wages in labor. And I think this is significant of the return of interest for the topics that we've been discussing. Guglielmo can give you details on the lunch break, but we are very tight on time now, and you are kindly requested to be very sharp at 1:30 for the second, for the afternoon session.
Maybe just logistically, the room will be closed during the break, so you can leave your things here if you want, but we will reopen it at 1:30 and start try to start as soon as possible. After, to get out, there is only one small lift, but also the stairs, they are steep, so those who don't have, they're not scared of heights can also go down by stairs by being a bit careful. This building was not built as a university, so sometimes functional is not the best possible place. For the speakers, we can convene in the courtyard in 10 minutes, and I'll show you where we can provide you with the energy for the second part of the day.
Happy to chair this on comparative developments on minimum wages. And we start immediately with our guest from the ETUI, Torsten Müller. And he has suggested as title for his presentation the implications of the working time to the minimum wage directive on minimum wage setting and collective bargaining state of play. Your floor, Torsten. I think it's on.
You have to press the button.
This one, yes. Got it. Okie doke. Yeah, hello, and thanks, Guillermo, for this invitation, which it's a pleasure to be here. Not only because of Florence, but also because of the interesting discussions we already had. So, I will talk about the implications of the minimum wage directive. And obviously, before we talk about the actual implications, we need to talk about those provisions that could cause the implications. So I want to go right into the middle of it all. Well, no, not really. Because first of all, let's recall what the actual objective of the minimum wage directive is, and that is to ensure adequate minimum wages and to support collective bargaining. And now the question obviously is, how do we go about it? And Fausta already said this morning, this directive is not about establishing actual levels and make binding provisions on what the minimum wage should be. It's about setting procedures. And in that respect, concerning the adequate minimum wages, we have 2 articles in there. The first one, Article 5.2, just defines certain criteria which member states can take into account. They are free. Which ones they take, they can take into account different ones as well. I don't want to go into detail because in terms of the actual implications, I think the second article, 5.4, is much more important. And there the Commission sets or defines or says, if you really want to look at adequacy of minimum wages, you may want to take into account these indicative reference values. And these are what we always call at the E2I the double decency threshold for adequate minimum wages, 60% of the median and 50% of the gross average wage. And here it's important the and, because if you fulfill one, you automatically fulfill the other one. But in some countries, 50% of the average is more favorable, and in other countries 60% of the median. And that's why the end is very important. So, why this in general is very important is illustrated by this graph, where we actually see that in 2022 only Slovenia fulfilled these two thresholds. This does not, there's a data issue as usual. Huh? We had it this morning in terms of collective bargaining coverage. There's also an issue in terms of up-to-date information about this threshold. Because at the moment we rely on the OECD data here, and that there's a time lag. So we only have data for 2022. This data therefore does not take into consideration the considerable increases in minimum wages we have seen in 2023 and 2024. So, but still, the key message, only Slovenia fulfills this double decency threshold, and therefore a lot of activities needs to be taken in the different countries. Now, in what way the double decency threshold already influences minimum wage setting, we can see by the following graph, and I think it's very important to emphasize that this all happens before the directive is even transposed into national law, which shows the importance of this threshold. And that can be done, the impact we can see in 4 different ways. The first one is very directly. They put, Bulgaria did that for instance, they took one element of the double decency threshold and put it into national law. Basically this is, we had it this morning, is it soft law, is it hard law? I would also say that the directive is actually soft law with strong recommendations, but putting it into national law is actually establishing this as obliging and binding standards. Bulgaria took that way. In other countries, the double decency threshold was taken as a political guideline in minimum wage setting. Examples are Croatia, where we can read in the national decree that sets the minimum wage, there's a clear reference to the threshold. Other countries like Ireland and Estonia, we have political commitments. In Ireland, the government said, okay, by 2026, our minimum wage will be at 60% of the median. And in Estonia, there is a tripartite, so-called goodwill agreement, which also says by 2027, we will be at 50% of the average. The third way is less direct, more indirect. But we saw that clearly in countries like Germany, Latvia, and Spain, this double decency threshold caused a completely new debate about the adequacy. Suddenly in Germany, we were discussing, okay, should 60% of the median, is this appropriate? And even whether we even should this put into law. I mean, there's a discussion, similar discussions we see in Latvia and Spain. And the third one, and I like that, of course, coming from the ETUI, this is for me also very important because trade unions actually use these double decency threshold not only in discussions, that was in Romania and Hungary, not only in discussions with governments and employers when they actually engage into discussions about the level, but in the Netherlands, for instance, they actually do a campaign, and I find that particularly brave because their campaign is based on, for a decent living, 60% of the median. So I think it's very brave to have a campaign with a concept which 90% of the population probably doesn't know what it means. Median, what is that? So for a proper living, 60% of the median, well, and then they stipulate, okay, that's why we want 16 euros, a minimum wage, 16 euros per hour. But I think it's great, and let's see, I wish them all good luck, the Dutch colleagues, with that. Okie doke. Now let's turn to collective bargaining. In terms of collective bargaining, we also see, this was mentioned this morning already, Article 4.1 actually makes a lot of provision to protect unions in their exercise of certain rights, collective bargaining, but also against against union busting measures. So, in terms of coverage, I think the most direct impact will be seen by Article 4.2, the 80%. Fausta already mentioned it. I don't need to go into that much detail about the action plan then, but still, to repeat it, all the countries with a coverage below 80% need to put up an action plan. And about the specificities of the action plan, I don't need to say more because that was thankfully done by Fausta already. This is once again also very important because if we look at it, 8 countries only meet this threshold. Now certainly certain countries like the Netherlands, Portugal, they sit on the fence. So depending on the measuring, they might be above or below. The same with Denmark. I mean, I have seen studies of Danish collective bargaining coverage where they were below 80%. Our Danish colleagues will not like that, but still. But that's, Lucio, and that's why I say it's quite clear in the countries where, Germany will not suddenly with a new measurement be at 80%, you see? So that's what I meant with, it's quite clear where we actually need to take action. It's clear Germany, for instance, or even Poland, for that matter, they will have to take some kind of measures. Now, what can they do? And here we have examples as well. Romania is probably the best example. In Romania, we saw a new law on social dialogue in December 2022. And that basically reversed all those measures which have been introduced in the context of the financial crisis in 2011-2012, which was basically where cross-sectoral bargaining was forbidden or abolished, and sectoral bargaining and extension and company-level bargaining was severely restricted. Actually, there was no sectoral bargaining going on. It was all broken down to company level. So this has been changed with the law in December 2022. Now you might say December 22, well, the directive was adopted in October 22, so there is no direct link when you talk about impacts. But when you talk with the colleagues in Romania, they also say, yeah, this change would probably have come anyway, but in the final stages, the last half year of the discussion, the proposal of the directive existed already, and that heavily influenced the discussions and the shape of this law still. So we do see an impact. The second example is Ireland, and Ireland was actually very proactive because even when there was still the discussion about the proposal, the Irish government set up a high-level working group with the explicit intention to prepare Ireland for whatever there is to come from European level in terms of the minimum wage directive. So this high-level working group was tasked with the task basically, what are the problems of collective bargaining, why we only have a little bit more than 34% or 30% in coverage in Ireland. So what's the problem and what can we do? And the key problem in Ireland is the reluctance of the employers to actually engage in serious collective bargaining. And then the high-level group came up with recommendations at sectoral level, soft pressure, and incentives for the employer. And I think particularly important at company level is an obligation for the employer to engage in a process of good faith interaction with the union, which basically boils down to what we see in France, because in France there is an obligation for the employer to engage in collective bargaining if requested by a union. No obligation, obviously, to conclude an agreement, but an obligation to engage. And that's the same in Ireland. The problem in Ireland is this report of the high-level working group was published at the end of 2022, and nothing happened since then. We were told when we asked, so what's going on now, that now the action picks up again because in the light of the deadline for the transposition in November this year. But at least we can see there is the identification of a problem and of potential solutions. And then, of course, I included Germany, where we also see a discussion about a law on public procurement, a federal law on public procurement, which was also promised a long time ago, which is still in the pipeline, unfortunately. But that law would basically regulate that public money can only go to those companies that respect and apply collective agreements. So let's hope that this law will come soon. And then the second example, how the minimum wage directive boosted activities in terms to strengthen collective bargaining, is a campaign by the DGB, Tarifwende, I translated it, turn the tide in collective bargaining. Basically, we see a continuous decrease in collective bargaining coverage in Germany, and this project or this campaign has the objective with different measures to reverse this process. Here, once again, the DGB made these campaigns at different stages, but they use this directive now for a renewal of these political activities, because what they asked 5 years ago in order to improve coverage, they will now try to put into the action plan. So it's, once again, it's clear this directive had an impact in terms of union strategies and how they use this. And I think, and that will be one of my crucial messages here, we should not expect from this directive that now it's a silver bullet that solves all our problem, but it provides us with an additional tool to actually address the problem of collective bargaining decline. Okay, and now just some info about what actually the current state of play in terms of the transposition. I mentioned already the deadline is 15th November 2024. And when we look across Europe, I think we are at the stage that all the governments currently assess the need. What do we need to change in our existing laws? And in most cases, the conclusion is, oh, we don't need to do much because our existing regulation is already in line with what there is. And the reason for this is exactly what Fausta said this morning. The directive doesn't make many binding provisions and obliging provisions. It's about procedures, and it leaves the companies a lot of space, countries a lot of space to implement these procedural provisions. And to be honest, they had to do this because otherwise they would have come into trouble with the treaty base. And then there would really have been serious considerations whether this is possible, this directive, or whether the treaty base is sound. What we also see in different countries, tripartite structures are set up to involve unions and employers in the discussion. And an important role is also played by a commission report on the transposition of the directive. In Ireland, for instance, one justification why nothing happened was also that the government said, oh, wait, the European Commission will publish a report, and that came on in 2023, and we want to see what the Commission says on the transposition. In essence, this Commission report clarifies certain questions surrounding the transposition, in particular in terms of the meaning of certain rules and also terms. So there is no legal proposal yet, except Hungary 3 weeks ago came out with a legal proposal, but that basically only states that the existing regulation is in line with the directive. So, I mean, yeah, not very meaningful. I'm coming to the end. Key messages. I think one message here is there is no one-size-fits-all solution. We need country-specific solutions, and I think the 3 examples I showed illustrate this. It depends on the history and the culture of national industrial relations, how you actually find your solution, both in terms of minimum wage setting, but also in terms of collective bargaining. And the actual impact of this directive depends on an ambitious national implementation, because it's clear all those strong recommendations we see in there, they need to be put into practice through national implementation. And especially from a trade union point of view, I'm always a little bit surprised because, I mean, they were all very happy that we got this directive. And to some extent, they were quite happy. Okay, now it's all over. The fight is done. We won. No, they didn't. They have to invest the same energy now in an ambitious national transposition and implementation for the directive in order to actually have an impact. And that's before I come now to the advertising part of the presentation. About all that we wrote in a big book published yesterday, actually, by Luca Ratti, Elisabeth Bramshuber, and I don't know what the V stands for, but Pietro Giovanni. Yesterday it came out. So Torsten and I wrote, my dear colleague Torsten Schulden, Torsten and I wrote about this, how it could strengthen collective bargaining, if you want to read about it a little bit more. And 3 weeks ago or something like that, a policy brief was published, and there I look a little bit at the implications in terms of minimum wages. Thank you very much. I hope I was in time.
Thank you very much, Torsten. I actually heard Luca talking about his chapter in the book at the beginning of the week at the conference in Modena, the Marco Biaggi conference. Any need for clarification? If not, before I give the floor to Guglielmo and Francesco, I want to check. Vincenzo Maccarrone is online, yes?
He's online. Yeah.
Is this all set up?
Yeah. He's there.
Okay, he's already there. All right, good. So, okay, Guillermo and Francesco Seghezzi want to tell us something about the timing of minimum wage introduction. Francesco, I should say, is from Università di Modena.
There's no more. It's an old one. I was.
Okay. So you
Okay.
give the presentation.
Yeah, the first part. We should
You both do it. All right, good. I leave the floor to you then.
Okay. Thank you. Yes, I'm doing the first part, the more introductory one. We focus on the timing of introduction of minimum wage in some European countries that they are doing very different strategies about the introduction or not the introduction. As you can see in the graph, we will focus on Italy and Sweden as two countries that have not a minimum wage, but in the Italian case there is a strong debate ongoing on it. In Sweden there is not a strong debate ongoing on it. And two countries that introduced the minimum wage in 1999, the UK, and in 2015, Germany. We want to focus on the introduction of minimum wage by the point of view of institutional innovation. So, because we know that the puzzle of the scenario is that the low wage setting institution that can be state or can be associational based are sticky, and as the one preceded me, that I don't remember the name, said before, is very rooted in the national context and in the specific labor market regime and welfare system. And due to this factor, we know that there is no advanced economy that abandoned the minimum wage after the introduction, and at the same time, there are very few advanced countries that have moved from the association base to the state government of the wage. And two of them, especially most important, most interesting in the last year was Germany. And so we focus on which are the circumstances to this exceptional shift that happened in some countries that is not happening in other countries like Italy and Sweden. So of course there are some kind of potential explanations, not exclusive. In the paper we report mostly three of them with some data that I'll show now. The first one is the one starting from a functionalist perspective. So the fact that when new needs appears, they require new institutions. For example, inequalities, rising inequalities, in-work poverty levels, and low hourly paid workers, for example, involuntary part-time in Italy that was recalled by Elisa this morning. Second potential explanation is by the point of view of power relations. So the fact that when minimum wages are introduced is the result of labor gains. So labor struggles starting from a different balance of power. And the third one is a perspective starting by the actor-centered institutionalism. So the fact that institutions as resources, as understanding. So how, for example, trade unions think of them, about themselves and the role that they can have or the role they are losing, for example, in a specific time. By the point of view of the historical evolution, we have in our analysis, we have two countries, UK and Germany, that they shift from collective bargaining systems, so more associational based, to national minimum wage in two different time of their history. In Italy, we still have wages regulated by collective bargaining, but we are discussing, there are proposals that are up to now, for several reasons that maybe Guglielmo will explain, inconclusive, and Sweden that is moving from collective bargaining to collective bargaining now, so it's quite stable. Three quick data, and then I give the floor to Guglielmo. By the functional point of view, so these are data that shows that these can be potential explanation, but they are not explanation that explain all what happened. Because if you look, for example, to the in-work poverty rate, in Italy, the in-work poverty rate is higher than in the other countries that we analyze, and is quite stagnant in most of the period that we consider, but nothing happened about the minimum wage. And at the same time, when Germany introduced minimum wage, the in-work poverty was growing. So, for example, by this point of view, one can say, yes, maybe the functionalist explanation can be something to look at. By the point of view of power relation, we look at unemployment rate, for example, and in this case, looking at Germany, you see that when they introduced minimum wage, the same is in UK, the employment rate was falling. So was not so this kind of explanation has to be discussed. By the point of view, another criteria of power is the unionization rate. And here we can see, for example, that there is a slow decline, but there is a decline. So in the two historical moments in which the minimum wage was introduced in UK and in Germany, it was during a long but constant phase of union decline. And the last data we bring is about the collective bargaining coverage. So by the actor-centered institutionalist point of view that we introduced before, so that how trade unions can do really their role in economy. In this case, it is clear that Germany introduced minimum wage in an historical moment after 25 years almost of declining collective bargaining coverage, for example. And in the UK, it happened after a strong decline. So all these three perspectives can be used to explain some parts of the timing of introduction, but they are not exclusive in the explanation. I give the floor to Guglielmo.
A comparative is historical explanation more for big books than for 15 minutes presentations, but we try to do it. So what happened in the three countries? So they started from a slightly different perspective, but in all three, the reliance was mostly on collective bargaining to protect low wages. In the UK, traditionally, the unions have always been very opposed to state interference with the labour market. It's a part of the trade union's identity. They don't trust the judges, they don't trust the parliament, they don't trust the Queen or the King. So that's what they do. What happened afterwards? Margaret Thatcher, I put it simply, it was the end of the wage councils. We set the low wages in some critical sectors. It was the end of multi-employer bargaining. Actually, that has started even before Thatcher. That was a shock, and it changed the perspective of the trade union. In 1986, they changed for the first time and said, well, maybe the minimum wage actually is not such a bad idea, given that we lost everything else. And by 1999, also the Labour Party had changed. They already made a little proposal in 1992, which didn't work, and then eventually, when they won the election in 1997, they introduced the national minimum wage. Germany, even more important constitutional principle of tariff autonomy and the independence of collective bargaining from the state. What happened? Well, there was the Margaret Thatcher, but there was this guy, a bit less famous, Peter Hartz, who prepared some reforms. He wasn't actually the political person making a reform, but he advised on reforms that were passed in 2004. Which I mentioned this morning. In particular, they reduce the unemployment benefits. At the same time, there was the realization that the collective bargaining system which worked in the West had not been transferred successfully to the East, which is a big part of the country where the coverage was very, very low. And there was, for the first time in the history of post-war Germany, in 2003, IG Metall lost a strike. never happened before. In 2003, they lost, and they had to sign an agreement which made a lot of concession to decentralized bargaining. So there were some three, not one big shock like Thatcher, but three little shocks. And this started to change the position of trade unions, first Verdi, then the food industry union, and then IG Metall. Only one union remained basically opposed until then in 2015, a coalition government. In this picture, there is the trade union leader and Angela Merkel passed the national minimum wage. Italy is a little bit different. Collective bargaining plus one thing which is unique to Italy, that is the court, which Giovanni will try to explain after us, the court-based extension of wage minima to all employees. What happened? Well, there was no Margaret Thatcher, there was no Peter Hartz, although we had a lot of labor market reforms. They didn't affect unemployment benefits because we didn't have the unemployment benefits to start with. But what happened really in the last, what changed really the climate in the last 10, 20 years? The issue of austerity, which in a way was mentioned by Lucio, and the issue of precariat, which is a bit different from the other things. And they are rather a slow death than a shock, like Margaret Thatcher said, nothing will be like before. And so what happened is that demand for the minimum wage have emerged, but at the margins of the industrial relations system. They come from an outsider, newcomer political party, the Five-Star Movement, that's Conte, and Salario Minimo Legale, now it's their flagship question, and some little trade unions at the margins of the industrial relations system. The main trade unions are more lukewarm or even opposed. Just to wrap it up, I mean, the Italians know it very well. The CGIL, in the last few years, they started to support the minimum wage, but really they haven't campaigned for it. I think you test really a position for the trade union to see whether they actually do something rather than if they say something. If you look at the website of CGIL, you find all sorts of campaigns of all sorts of labor conditions. You don't find them. You find it in some documents hidden in some expertise or whatever. Their focus is more the erga omnes extension. This is what they want to reinforce. The CISL, which is the second largest trade union, is strongly opposed. Free collective bargaining is a part of their identity, is what they split from CGIL originally, and then in the 60s, their identity was based on, well, we are a bit more like the American or the British trade unions. We are those who managed to advance collective bargaining. Will followed a bit CGIL and very recently moved against the minimum wage, but again, you wouldn't find any trace of mobilization for that. So what happened, paradoxically, is when the proposal arrived to the parliament, the last ones in this parliament, I'm not talking about the previous ones, the Italian right-wing government did something that you wouldn't expect so much from a right-wing government. They said, oh, wow, that is a matter for social dialogue. It's a matter for tripartite institutions. And said, well, before we discuss it to the parliament, let's see what the tripartite commission, which is the CNEL sort of tripartite commission, does. And they knew that in that system which represents the core of an industrial relations system, the majority will be against. Because all the employers are against, the government is against, the experts are split, and the unions are split. So the majority is clearly against. And then they could come back to Parliament and say, well, we can't do the minimum wage against the social partners, right? So to wrap it up, the explanations. The functional needs. So the minimum wage comes when you need it. Well, not really, because the needs have emerged at different times. Maybe, I mean, it's a necessary condition, but certainly not a sufficient condition. Because in Italy, there is a problem of in-work poverty, but it's not really arriving at minimum wage. Even Sweden has some problems, but they are not introducing a minimum wage. Pro-labor shift. Yes, in the labor market, no country has introduced the minimum wage at a time of growing unemployment. I think that is basically politically undoable. But the fact when unemployment falls, which happens fortunately every now and then, that doesn't mean that countries introduce the minimum wage. The same politics. It helps, but not very much. On this, for instance, I disagree a bit with Georg that only the left introducing a minimum wage. For instance, Cyprus has been the right. But what really matters is how the actors, and specifically labor, a bit also the employer, but specifically labor, thinks about these things. So in the UK, there was a case of exhaustion of institutions. That was realized, those institutions don't exist anymore. We need something else. And there was a new actor that is an old party with a very new identity that said, oh yes, we are the new people who do something new. In Germany, it was more drift, but it was a very deep drift. And again, there were new actors who said, well, we put this on the agenda. The Link and the Green Party, the first union who support that, was led by a green leader. In Italy, we have drift, but it's very limited. It's very much more difficult to see it because we don't have an Eastern Germany where you can see that in depth. We don't have data that show it because we still believe it is 100% coverage and so on. And we have some new actors, but they haven't been, who have, the first one to propose the minimum wage was Renzi, and then the Five-Star Movement, but they're not strong enough. Whereas in Sweden, you don't have any perception of institutional decline, despite the fall of human density and collective bargaining coverage, and no political opportunity. So no discussion whatsoever. So the conclusion is that functional needs political opportunity is necessary, but it's not sufficient. A minimum wage is a bit like dualization reform. They are introduced when labor is not too weak, but also not too strong. An argument made by Pallier and Thelen for labor market reforms in 2010. So the trade union interpretation or perception of their history is what matters most. In this case, what may happen in Italy? Yeah? Well, what may happen in Italy is certainly not something like the UK, maybe something in the German way, because Germany introduced the minimum wage in 2015, but actually they had experimented before with the posted worker laws in some specific sectors. So it's more likely that if something happens in Italy, is more on an experimental basis, in a target way, on specific sectors. And actually the experts' proposal in the CNEL went in that direction, because they realized maybe the only opportunity is in that way. In the meanwhile, it does not matter only whether unions have power or not. Actually, we don't see that matters that much, but rather whether they see specific institutions as power resources or not. CSL still sees collective bargaining as the resource, the reason why it exists, and it's a matter of life or death for them to defend. CJL, not that much, but also that is the priority. The minimum wage can come after. And we finished.
Thank you, Guglielmo and Francesco, for an introduction of the situation in Italy, mainly, but also for comparative remarks, of course. Now we have a contribution from Vincenzo Maccarrone, who is not here, but where are you, Vincenzo?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me well?
Yes. Yeah, but here where? We want to know where you are.
Where are you?
Yeah, I'm in Ithaca, upstate New York, because I'm currently at Cornell for a visiting period, so I'm sorry I cannot be there.
Okay, so let me introduce you. You are normally here at the Scuola Normale Superiore, yes?
Yes.
And you promised to talk about the statutory minimum wage in the Italian labor crisis. Okay, I give you the floor.
Thank you. So let me share my slides first. Okay. Can you see the slides?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So thanks a lot for the invitation, and I'm sorry I cannot be there in person. Because I'm on a different time zone, it also means I lost this morning sessions. So if I repeat something that was said already, apologies in advance about that. So I'm going to be talking about the statutory minimum wage in the Italian labor crisis, and I'm going to be drawing from a chapter that I recently contributed to in a book edited by Mario Pianta on the inflation in Italy, and on a paper that I published in a special issue of the journal Synapsi, edited by Maria Enrica Virgellito and Michele Raitano, actually on the Italian labor crisis. And for Italian labor crisis, we basically, well, at least I interpreted it as the 3 decades of wage stagnation that Italy has been experiencing since the 1990s. If you look at the growth of real wages, I'm using data by Servastorm. You have a very low growth in the 1990s, and also a relatively slightly higher, but still very low growth in the early 2000s. And then during the crisis, according to data reported by the ILO wage report, Italy experienced a very high, actually, drop in the real wages since 2008, minus 12%. And this wage stagnation in turn contributed to depressing domestic demand, but also productivity, because it reduced firms' incentive to invest in labor-saving technology and innovation. And these effects were reinforced in turn by a proliferation of precarious contracts, which were produced by labor market reforms. And we also observed an increase in inequality, and actually in-work poverty is also in Italy higher than the EU average, as the data presented by Francesco and Guglielmo showed. But in this presentation, I want to focus in particular on what happened since the return of inflation in 2022 in Europe, which in turn led to a further fall in real wages because the insufficient growth of nominal wages vis-a-vis inflation rates meant a further decrease in workers' purchasing power. And in particular, I want to focus on the incapacity of collective bargaining in the Italian case to adequately address this inflation wave. So I'm going to be briefly presenting the trajectory of wage indexation in Italy. I'm going to be showing why the current collective bargaining structure in Italy was unable to deal with the most recent inflation wave. And then I'm going to conclude with some policy proposal. So, as some of you might know, Italy had, most of you know, of course, but Italy had a form of wage indexation known as Scala Mobile, the escalator, basically since the end of World War II until the 1992. It was already curtailed in 1980s, and then it was definitely abolished in 1990s in the context of tripartite consultation, Italian path to entry in the euro, and so on and so forth. Wage indexation was replaced by planned inflation. So in this tripartite consultation agreements took planned inflation as the main target in order to adjust wages, and basically with the aim of wage moderation, which, as I showed in the previous slides, was actually achieved. But in 2009, planned inflation was also replaced by a new form of inflation targeting collective bargaining, which is the current one, which is the one which is still the form used and which was used to basically non-address or only partially address the last inflation wave. And this form is the use of the harmonized index of consumer prices, but net of the imported energy prices. Now, this institutional configuration of using the harmonized index of consumer prices net of energy imported prices was agreed in a bipartite agreement, which was signed only by 2 of the 3 main confederations. The CGIL did not sign it in 2009. And at the time, perhaps, the fact that collective bargaining would only compensate for the rise in inflation net of imported energy prices was not thought to be a problem, because back then inflation in Europe was very low. And in fact, the Eurozone shortly after experienced even a deflation. So there was a low salience of inflation within the dynamic of collective bargaining negotiation and agreements overall in the early 2010s. And this probably was also the reason why, in the end, even the CGIL, which had not signed this agreement in 2009, ended up confirming this setup in the unitary 2018 Patto della Fabbrica, Factory Pact, which was signed by the 3 confederations and Confindustria. The problem, though, is that while inflation was not salient in the early 2010, it became again salient starting from really 2022. So we see a peak inflation in 2022, which in Italy reaches 8.7%, if you look at the harmonized index of consumer price, and inflation is still relatively high in 2023, basically around 6%. And this initial rise in prices was, as we know, due to a shock in energy prices following Russian invasion of Ukraine in particular. And the problem for Italy is that because of its energy dependency, it was particularly affected by this rise in prices. So the inflation was not only higher in Italy than in other European countries, but that also means that if you look at the harmonized index of consumer prices net of imported energy prices, you end up having a value which is way lower than the actual inflation, because you're not taking into account, or you're only partially taking into account, the rise in energy prices. And in fact, if you look at the 2022 difference between the total inflation, 8.7%, and the inflation purified by the dynamic of energy prices, you get a difference of 4 percentage points. The result is that for those agreements which were renewed in 2022, you have a systematic real wage decrease, because those agreements by design cannot take into account the full inflation, but only the inflation purified of the effect of the rise in energy prices. So here I'm just showing this parameter is actually a rather complex parameter which is estimated by the ISTAT, and the process of estimation is not that clear, and it actually is also contested. But in 2022, ISTAT, the National Institute of Statistics, estimated, as I said, inflation purified at 4.7, so 4 points below the full inflation, so to speak. And it kind of projected this inflation at around 9% in cumulative terms for the 3 years period between 2022 and 2024. So the effect is that those agreements which started to be negotiated after ISTAT estimated this parameter basically compensated for inflation for 3 years of around 9%, but in fact that was the rate of inflation that workers experienced in the only 2022. So basically you were cutting real wages as an effect of this. And here I show, so these are data from the ISTAT, which show the orange line, the rise in inflation, which as you can see peaks around 8.7 in 2022 and then decreased, but still remains quite high, around 6% in 2023. The blue line is the rise in contractual wages, so the wages contracted through collective bargaining, and the gray line is the difference between the two. And you can see how there is a very significant decrease, basically, in real wages in 2022, and there is still a difference of 2% in 2023. There is a mistake in the graph. So even in 2023, workers experienced a decrease in real wages. And this decrease was not only due to the adjustment of collective bargaining to a lower inflation than the actual inflation, but also to a stagnation in the process of renewal of collective agreements. So there is also the problem that around 50% consistently of employees in Italy have unexpired collective agreements. This percentage is actually higher in private services. Public administration is, in 2022, is around 100% because the public sector as a whole was still delayed in terms of its renewal of collective agreements. But even excluding the public sector, in the private sector, in particular in private services, you also have a very high percentage of workers whose collective agreement is expired. So in their case, of course, it's not even a problem that the collective agreement has adapted to a lower inflation rate, but the problem is that their collective agreement is expired, and so it does not adapt at all. So the combination of these two effects, so the institutional setup which does not consider the dynamic of imported energy prices, and the fact that around 50% of employees have an expired contract, led to a further fall in real wages. And the problem is that this fall in real wages that we experience starting from 2022 compounds on 3 decades of wage stagnation. At the same time, to me, it was quite surprising to see the very low level of mobilization that Italy experienced if you compare it with other European countries. So, and I'm going to the conclusion. I would say that, and here comes the question of the statutory minimum wage, which is in the title, I would say that the introduction of a statutory minimum wage could help to at least partially address the Italian labor crisis by helping to protect real wages and possibly foster internal demand. And in particular, the introduction of an indexed statutory minimum wage could also help not only in protecting real wages from the effect of inflation, but also potentially to address the second issue, which is the stagnation in the rate of collective bargaining renewals. Because if you look at other countries like France, there, the fact that the minimum wage was indexed and that it was raised several times throughout 2022 also led to a process of renewal of collective agreements. And one of the interesting things about the EU Minimum Wage Directive, which Torsten covered very well, so luckily I don't have to go too much into details, but among the criteria of adequacy of minimum wages, it suggests that minimum wage indexation should be one of those. Of course, along many others. So I'm not saying that indexation is the only question about the statutory minimum wage, but is one of the things that might help, especially in the Italian case. And this it's also important because even in the proposal of the parliamentary opposition, which in the end the government basically refused to examine, as Guglielmo explained well in his presentation, there was no proposal about the indexation of the minimum wage because that was taken out following negotiation between the opposition parties. And in particular, beyond the refusal of the statutory minimum wage, the path chosen by the Italian government goes in the opposite direction. There is instead a focus on the reduction of tax wage with the explicit aim of wage moderation. If you read the document, the budgetary law, that's the justification given by the government, avoiding a wage price spiral, which of course was nowhere to be seen in the Italian case, but also in Europe, even in those countries which add minimum wage indexation. And the problem is that this reduction of tax wage will be, in the end, paid through either increased taxation or reduction in public services, as we already have been observing. And the other thing, and I conclude, is that the government has also fostered an increase in precariousness, reducing protection for fixed-term contracts, and hence probably it's going to just further this negative dynamics of wage stagnation and low innovation. And I conclude here. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Vincenzo. Thanks also for the rather pessimistic outlook at the end, but it's probably reality. So we have the last but not least presentation from Giovanni Orlandini, again on Italy. This time he wants to tell us something about the role of courts. Do you have a PowerPoint? No PowerPoint. You stay there then. So the title is The Italian Way to Minimum Wage, the Role of the Courts.
Thank you. And thanks, of course, to organizer for inviting me in this important and interesting conference. Yes, I will deal with the Italian wage setting system under a legal point of view. And doing so, I will also try to add some more elements to explain the Italian paradox that we thought this morning. Italian paradox because, as has been already said by the previous speakers, Italy is a case which clearly contradicts the directive. In Italy, there is a huge problem of low wages, but according to the directive, Italy should be the most virtuous between states because it is credited with the highest rate of collective bargaining coverage, well above the 80% threshold indicated by Article 4, paragraph 2 for the adoption of the action plan to promote collective bargaining. According to the Commission, Italy has even, as we saw, the incredible rate coverage of 100%. Of course, there are many reasons which explain this odd situation, and some of them have been pointed out by the previous Italian speakers. But from a more legal perspective, I think it's necessary first to understand what this rate hides and how it is calculated and what it really means. This coverage rate depends, as Guglielmo pointed out, by the central role played by the courts in guaranteeing the right to fair wage in Italy, due to the absence of any legislation in this field. As known, Italy is a purely voluntaristic system, so there is no statutory minimum wage, there is no legislation regulating collective bargaining, there is no mechanism for the extension of the collective agreements. And in this context, the courts played a supplanting role of the legislation. They recognize the horizontal direct effect of Article 36 of the Constitution, which states that every worker has the right to a fair wage, that is a wage sufficient to ensure him and his family a free and dignified life. And the Supreme Court, the Corte di Cassazione, since the 50s, has used the national sector collective agreement as a parameter to determine the amount of the constitutionally fair wage for workers employed by employers who do not apply any collective agreement. So thanks to this sort of court-based extension of collective agreements, it is true that in Italy all workers are covered by a collective agreement in the sense that all employers must comply with the minimum wage set by the sector collective agreement. But this court-based mechanism has gone into crisis due to the recent transformations of the system of collective bargaining and of the system of industrial relations in general. And this transformation, in my opinion, reflects a very peculiar way in which internal devaluation policies has been implemented in Italy in the last decade. And as explained also by Vincenzo, since then, but also by Lisa this morning, Dorigatti, since the early 90s, the three main trade union confederations have accepted the wage moderation policies, so abandoning the old indexation mechanism linked to inflation. But they defend and maintain the principle of non-derogability of the minimum wage set by the sector collective agreements at national level through lower level collective agreements. And so in order to keep wages low, on the one hand, as mentioned by Vincenzo, the main employers' association have increasingly practiced dilatory strategies, that is, simply not renewing the collective agreements on their natural expire date. So today, many collective agreements in force have been expired for years. But on the other hand, many employers have abandoned the traditional employers association, joining other associations that have signed new collective agreements with union lacking representativeness in the sector, with very few members in the sector. But the result has been a pathological multiplication of sector collective agreements, which in 10 years have risen from a little over 200 to about 1,000, three-quarters of which signed by trade unions not members of the three main confederations. So there is a great problem in Italy of wage dumping, made possible by an unregulated system of industrial relations. And there is also, in my opinion, a serious underestimation of this problem. And this is justified by official data, according to which the vast majority of workers anyway are covered by the collective agreements signed by the most representative trade unions. But these are unreliable data because they are data acquired by the National Social Security Institute based on the self-declarations of employers to fulfill their contribution obligation. Just last week, the former president of the Institute, Pasquale Tridico, which is a professor in Roma 3, confirmed this at the conference in Rome. A sample survey by the Institute, not published, shows that almost half of the companies in some sectors declare to apply a collective agreement that is different from the one actually applied, almost half. If it is so, the coverage rate of the collective agreement signed by the representative trade unions, that is with highest level of wage, collapses, of course, at least in some sectors. So the problem today in Italy is no longer how to protect the workers not covered by a collective agreement or a sector collective agreement, because all or almost all companies apply a sector collective agreements. The problem is which sector collective agreement do they apply? And under a legal point of view, the problem is then whether the judges, the court, can select a specific collective agreement that's signed by the most representative trade unions in order to guarantee the right to fair wage under Article 36 of the Constitution. And unfortunately, to this problem, the courts tend to give a negative answer because they consider it not possible, in the absence of a law allowing it, to disapply the collective agreement chosen by an employer. And the Constitution, in this case, protects the employer, not the workers. That is, his freedom to choose the collective agreement he prefers as an expression of the freedom of association. And this even if no one worker to whom the collective agreement is applied is member of the trade unions which signed that collective agreement. So the transformation of system of industrial relation, the recent transformation of the system of industrial relation have affected the very meaning of the role of the courts and of the mechanism of court-based mechanism of extension of collective agreements, from guarantors of the right to fair wage protecting workers not covered by a collective agreement, to guarantor of the freedom of choice for company of the most convenient collective agreement. Today, as yesterday, thanks to the court, we can say that in Italy, indeed, the coverage rate is 100%, but the meaning of this rate is completely changing. But the story does not end here, because last October, the Supreme Court, again, the Corte di Cassazione, adopted a new approach on the subject of fair remuneration, with a sixth judgment very much debated and discussed between scholars and not only scholars. The court, for the first time, disapplied a sector collective agreement signed by the most representative trade unions for violation of Article 36 of the Constitution, deeming the minimum wage set by it to be too low. And for the Supreme Court, in fact, the sector collective agreement is a mere non-binding parameter, even if it is actually applied by the employer. So if the wage is too low, the judge can disapply it regardless of who signed it. In this case, wage was really very, very low because the wage was about €5 gross hourly. And the most innovative aspect of this judgment is that the court adopts a series of indexes to assess the adequacy of wage set by the sector collective agreement. And among these indexes, it uses also the international indicators laid down by the directive, by Article 5, Paragraph 4. That is the famous 60% of the gross median and 50% of the gross average wage, which is surprising, in my opinion, because in this way the Italian judges applied to collective agreements criteria that, as we know, the directive provides for the statutory minimum wage in a sort of judicial implementation of the directive. So, another Italian paradox. The effect of this judgment, as I said before, very questioned. It's not easy, of course, to predict. On my very personal opinion, they are anyway able to produce very little effect, as there are very, very few collective agreements below the threshold and the standard adopted by the court, besides the one collective agreement disapplied by the court, and which makes the usefulness of the international indicators themselves questionable, especially in states where, like in Italy, general level of wages are low. On the other hand, this judgment may be even counterproductive because they delegitimize the function of the collective agreement signed by the most representative trade unions, pointing the way to the statutory minimum wage as the best solution to resolve the problem of low wages in Italy, which, on my, again, very personal opinion, it is not the case, because the main problem in Italy is the lack of binding rules on collective bargaining, not the problem of minimum wage, which can't solve the main problems of our wage setting system. So to conclude, to come back to the directive, what does the Italian case teach us? Many things, I think, but first of all, I think that from the Italian case, we can, Italian case suggests to try to clarify certain ambiguities of the directive itself, if not to be deprived of any effectiveness. And the main one is the very notion of coverage, which in itself risks to say almost nothing about the adequacy of the wages, as its real meaning depends on each specific system of industrial relation. And for this reason, I think that it is necessary to make the most of the transparency and information obligations laid down in Part 3 of the directive, namely by Article 10, so that the information provided by Member States to the Commission serve to highlight the specific problem of each national wage setting system. That is, they should enable the Commission to understand which causes, which problems weaken a bargaining system. And this even regardless of the official data on coverage. As even countries credited with the high coverage rate are obliged under Article 4, paragraph 1, to take measures to support and promote their collective bargaining system in order to make it strong and well-functioning, as, if we want to use the word of the recitals 16 and 22 of the directive. And surely Italy's system is not strong and well-functioning, surely. So the need to implement the directive should suggest, in my opinion, to adopt a legislation for the extension of sector collective agreements signed by the most representative trade unions. But this definitely is not the approach followed by the current right-wing government, as it adopted a bill that, on the contrary, may weaken the role of the most representative trade unions, which is precisely one of the political aims of this government. But of course, I can't go into the detail of this question. I can just hope that the Commission will monitor with great attention the Italian case, moving from a correct reading of the data which describes it. Of course, this wish, of course, applies also to other member states, but for the Italian case, this is the question of data is really the crucial question, in my opinion.
Okay, thank you, Vincenzo. No, Giovanni, actually. And now I open the floor for questions. Jonathan? Oh, yes. Can you get it here?
I will take.
Oh, it's on.
Okay, so I'll ask a quick question, and I just have to say I will have to leave relatively soon. So my question is, in ways, comment is to you, Francesco. I mean, I found the paper and the problem it raises extremely interesting. Problem. I would say that, however, that you provide not an explanation, but a description of an analytical description of the three cases. So, and I want to highlight 2 points. I mean, I think you're absolutely right to say that crucial to this is the perceptions of the trade unions of the continued adequacy and value of the non-statutory system. But if we say, the historical institutionalist categories are just descriptions, they don't explain anything. In other words, the actors may consider that there has been an exhaustion or a drift. But for example, if I listen to the very interesting debate, Italian system, clearly there are many people in this room who think that the Italian case is one of drift, if not of exhaustion. And so the question is, why does that judgment not fail? The other element that you brought in, which I think is also very relevant, attachment to bargaining or tariff autonomy as a matter of unions. But in all of the cases, whether they changed or not, that was historically the case. So Germany and Gisela, it's a element of identity. But the point here is that identities change, and we need some way of accounting for why they changed. Not for everybody in the Italian case, not for the Swedes. I'm not sure what an answer would be, other than a very careful reconstruction of the internal. So, for example, in the German case, that studies of the minimum wage, or rather of low incomes, done by Gerhard Bosch and others, and the comparative studies that played an important part in changing. But I presume part of the purpose of a discussion like this is to change Italy. So how can you think about
further question?
Just have a question with to Torsten. As you said, Slovenia is the only country that actually at the moment fulfills the double decency. But as we were also discussing before, this comes at the cost of extreme wage compression in the lowest bounds. Do you find this effect in the other countries that also approach this, and what can be done by it? I mean, this then literally in some sectors now in Slovenia there's nothing to bargain about, only bonuses basically, and that's now a fact that has been exacerbated by such a higher, which is of course they praise the fact that it's very high, but it creates this particular problem.
Further question? Further question? Yes, can you?
Yeah, I just want to bring up an issue. I don't have it sort of entirely sorted out in my head yet, but I just wanted to address it. It's partly a response to Torsten's presentation on the minimum wage directive, because you touched upon the criteria for adequacy, but also Giovanni's presentation when you mentioned that, if I remember correctly, the Italian constitution says that wages should contribute to a dignified life, including for the family of the worker, right? And then that courts took this and said, well, the wages, the lowest wages in the collective agreements are our indicator. And so sort of starting from this, the issue that I wanted to bring up, which has in a way come up at several points during this day, is that I think it's important to be clear about that there are two very different ways of thinking about adequacy of minimum wages. They have been presented very well in a policy brief that Torsten wrote together with Thorsten Schulten in the run-up to the European Minimum Wage Directive. The first approach of thinking about adequacy of minimum wages is the basket of goods approach. So you define a basket of goods that basically allows for a dignified life. And this is the approach, well, sorry, let me first say both approaches. And the other approach thinks about the adequacy in terms of in terms of wage distribution. So the first approach is associated with notions of living wage, is associated with fighting in-work poverty, but brings up actually very complex issues, because once you think about in-work poverty, you have to think about households, you have to think about other sources of income, you have to think about taxation. And so it's household-based and much more complex than the factors that you're taking into account. Whereas if you think about wage distribution, then you're in the world of this, let's say, double decency, so such like 60% of the median wage. That's the kind of threshold that you're working with. And that's a threshold that, in my understanding, is much closer to how unions approach wage bargaining, right? So they think about the wage distribution. They think about profit sharing in the sense of, you know, what's the part of the profit that goes to labor and what part of the profit goes to capital. But also, this is the approach that looks at work as an individual phenomenon. So, you know, the reward for the individual work independently of the household. And so, you know, both approaches have their pros and cons. The reference to the basket of goods approach, to decent standards of living, is very intuitive and it makes sense. But the second approach in terms of wage distribution is the more progressive one, that especially is also more open in the sense of, you know, how high the level of the minimum wage can be. Because if you're bargaining about sort of, okay, an adequate standard of living, you don't really have any reasons to go higher than that. Whereas if you argue in terms of wage distribution, you have that possibility. So yeah, I mostly just want to take up this sort of conceptual distinctions of two ways of thinking about the level and adequacy of the minimum wage, which I think is very important to have in mind in these debates. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further question? Okay, if not, give the panelists. Okay. Please use the microphone.
Sorry. I suggest to us, to Giovanni in particular, because he said the Supreme Court in Italy adopt the criterion, or suggest, not adopt, but suggest the criterion of 50 or 60% of median, or and this is a criterion for statutory wage, not for collective bargaining. Is this true or not? It is really true, or the directive had to be read in this this provision. I want to say Article 4 is not only for the country in which minimum wage is set up by collective bargaining, and all member states have the duty to support and promote collective bargaining. The second provision about action plan is only for states that are that not join 80%. And the same, because the adequacy, if we share the idea that one of the objective of the directive is the adequacy of the minimum wage, both if statutory or by collective bargaining, these indicators are simple indicator, could be used in any case, the one or the other, together with other systems, other criteria, as Georg said, suggests now.
Thank you. Is there a question of Vincenzo in Ithaca? Body? Okay. If there
Is there a question for me or if I have questions?
I asked the
I don't
audience
understand.
if that's a question for you so far, because I didn't hear any yet. But you can respond anyway. I can actually start with you, if that's now okay to turn to the panel again to respond to these questions. So, Vincenzo, is there something in the questions that you would reply to?
No, since we have only 5 minutes, I'll leave the floor to the other panelists, but thanks, I appreciate it.
All right, okay. Torsten, do you want to start?
Georg, I want to start with you because you touch upon an issue that was extremely controversial when we had the first discussion about the proposal. And that's where my research work meets my advisory capacity for the ETUC. Because we had exactly that debate, and if you remember in the policy brief, we suggest a staged process. We say that the 60-50 threshold is a very pragmatic way of determining adequacy. It's simple, it's easy to implement, and it's easy to calculate in most countries. So we start with that, but then what you also mentioned, Giovanni, very often the 60-50 threshold is not enough, because if the overall wage distribution is very low, then 60% of the median is also very low, obviously, and then it's not a wage from which you can make a living. And that's why in this policy brief we suggested, okay, let's start with the 60-50, let's put the minimum wage there. That's already an improvement in most countries, as we have seen. But then we need a reality check, as we called it. And then we really need to see, is this wage, which we set at 60-50, is this enough to make a living? And for that reality check, we need the basket of goods and services. So that was our staged process. In the political debate, this was not possible because even within the union movement, within the ETUC, the basket approach too complicated. For some members, affiliates, this is social policy. This is not wage policy because, as you say, it's income. So it's a household concept if you deal with a basket, because as you say, I mean, other incomes need to be taken into consideration as well. By the way, we had the same discussion. The Commission initially wanted a net approach, so that we look at net wages. And we completely rejected that, because then you come into the realm of the welfare state. You have to deal with taxes, you have to deal with social contribution and so on, which all plays into the role. Is that at European level, you can only look at gross wages. And that's why a family or a household approach also makes things very complicated. How do you define this? Even in a procedural way, even if the directive is only about procedures, how would you define the composition of a basket at European level? Very complicated. So in that respect, we were quite happy with the 60-50, pragmatic, and we even, at the beginning, it was only in the recitals. So we were quite happy to get it in the main text as a kind of a strong recommendation, because if it's only in the recitals, well, it's kind of overread most of the time, to be honest. So, but a very important point, and I think the unions should now, in the context of the transposition, pick up the basket idea again. So I think that would be a good point. So Slovenia, wage compression, big problem in Slovenia. I mean, do we see this somewhere else? Not really. In France, where the minimum wage in relative terms is at a similar level, you have, there it's actually taken as the starting point for the negotiations then. So the minimum wage, even though it's very high, does not eat into the lower pay grades of collective agreements, because the French unions manage to actually keep the distance, the gap between minimum wage and collective agreements. The example of Germany in the food industry, the same. There, they also take it as a springboard, basically, starting point for the negotiations. In Slovenia, unfortunately, in those sectors where this is the case, and I think it's quite a lot of sectors, the unions still struggle and try to come to terms with it. And I don't see a solution at the moment, but I trust that the Slovenian colleagues come up with a solution to that. And then, concerning the how to read Article 4, from my understanding, it really is a paradox that you apply provisions in terms of adequacy criteria to collective agreements, because as far as I read the directive, it was the real intention to exclude those countries where minimum wages are negotiated, and that these adequacy criteria don't apply to those countries. So if in Italy now the court actually suggests that also for collective agreements, the 60-50 threshold, for instance, should play a role, I think it's not in the spirit of the directive, let's put it like that. But that's how I read the directive, could be wrong.
Yeah. Me. Thank you very much, Jonathan, for the interesting epistemological question, theoretical. You're right. In the slides we say explain. I think in the paper we are a little bit more, we more properly talk about understanding. And with historical institutionalism, the more you stress the historical, the more you become a historian, and you achieve a perfect fit, but you don't really distinguish dependent and independent variables and so on. But what more precisely we want to do? I'm perfectly aware of the risk of looking at a circular explanation. An institution change when there is exhaustion of the institution. Well, thank you very much. But it sounds a bit like the same. But what we do is slightly different. I hope, at least. And I'm not sure whether I sent you the full paper, the paper draft. No, well, I would send you because I'm really curious about whether you think it makes any sense. But first of all, we look at three explanations, not only the historical institutional one. And the other two, I think we have enough material to dismiss them as necessary explanation. So a sufficient explanation, because there are a lot of times where these things happen, but minimum wage is not introduced. So at least already that is, the negative side of our effort is done. And then we remain with the other possible explanation, which is not just saying, well, things change where trade union wanted to change, but also to stress, which is a very institutional thing to say, that actors, in particular trade unions, are relevant because you can introduce the minimum wage against the employers, against the employer association, but it's really, until Cyprus last year, it never happened that the minimum wage had been introduced in any country against the trade union. Okay, so trade unions are much more important. We look, in order to explain, we want to say that in order to understand why trade union thinks in a way or another way, you have to see from which institutional point they start from. If they start from the Wage Council, like in the UK, if the Wage Council disappears, then they will change opinion. Okay? If you start from the Tarif Autonomie and you realize that in a big chunk of the country there is no employer association to sign agreements with, then you have a problem. If you rely on unemployment benefits and the unemployment benefits disappear, then you have a problem. If you rely on court-based imposition of collective bargaining, and the courts are still there, you may still hope that these things will keep working. First thing. The second thing is, if the problem happens in the core of your activity, then you are more pushed to change your opinion. If the big problem is at the margin of the labor market, because the huge majority of in-work poverty in Italy is of precarious workers who don't work 52 weeks in the year. Okay? Actually, probably the hourly minimum wage would do very little against in-work poverty. Because it wouldn't, the people who work a few weeks a year, you can increase their hourly wage, but you really need to go very, very high in order to make them not poor. So then there is a much less reason why they change. So I don't know whether we go in that direction. You're absolutely right about the fact that we are a part of the game. If we then to think about the idea, I mean, Torsten being both a researcher and an advisor to the UTUC, in a way we have experts are also important. We didn't look that much about that. Maybe I don't think there are such huge differences among countries, but it's a good suggestion to see whether even conferences like us may change the opinion of the actors later. If I'm allowed, that was not a question to me, but can I say something to Igor, because I like very much Slovenia. But what you say is actually important not only for the little country, because I have to mention there is an application of that argument also to Italy, which I think has an echo still. And it relates to the presentation from Vincenzo, that is the Italian scala mobile, the Italian indexation system, which for a period 1975-1984 was extremely egalitarian, with the flat rate indexation, the punto unico. A system which in very few years moved Italy from one of the most unequal wage structures in Europe to one of the most equal alongside Sweden.
because with high inflation, if you raise the wages of the same amount for the poor workers and the rich workers, then after a few years, the wages are nearly the same. All right? There is one interpretation which I don't agree with, but it's a very influential one, that the crisis of trade union from the 80s is because of that system. Because that compression meant they had very little to do. They started to be seen in the 1980s as irrelevant, especially among professional workers. So they lost members among the key production skilled professional workers. It's a thesis in a famous book proposed by Arias Accornero, one of the main Italian labor sociologists. And I wonder sometimes whether that thinking is still in the mind of CISL, not of CGL, but of CISL. Well, if we get too much wage compression, then nobody will join a trade union, and actually people will be angry against the trade union for excessive egalitarianism. So it's a very important point to keep in mind. Thank you.
Vincenzo, do you want to continue on this point?
No, yeah, that was the only thing that I would have mentioned in response to the comments that, I mean, wage compression, Italy experienced actually an increase in inequality in the 90s as a result of the abolition of wage indexation. So in that sense, it's also a question of like, if in terms of normative questions as well, like do we like wage compression in terms also of wage equality? Yes, no. And that's also part of the picture. But that, of course, also means that for unions that might be difficult because then they end up having a lesser role in collective bargaining. So, yeah, that's the only thing I would mention.
Thank you. So, Giovanni, it's your turn to answer.
Yeah, just two words to reply to the question of George. Yes, I completely agree with you that it should be distinguished between the two approach, what you call the union approach and in-work poverty approach. Otherwise, the risk is to have a very confused picture scenario. And the in-work poverty is related with the family income, but this is not the function and the role of collective bargaining, especially, I think, if we are talking about the national sector collective agreements, which have another function. In fact, normally the family income is considered for the provision of welfare benefits, but it is so also in Italy. We have, it's true, Article 36 of our Constitution refers to the also to the family of the worker. But beside the fact that, of course, in at the end of the 40s, the idea of the family was very different from the current. So the idea was that the male only, the male, which with his work have to guarantee the life and the dignified life of the family. But also in Italy, in this debate between scholars in the case law, this reference to the families has not been considered really. And in fact, the way to guarantee the right to fair wage for the courts is based on the application of sector collective agreements. So I think that this ambiguity should be solved also in the debate on the adequacy at European level. And the recent judgment of our Supreme Court increased this ambiguity because it's used not only the international indicators but also the threshold of poverty, so suggesting to adopt the thresholds used by the National Institute of Statistics. But this implies to consider that the minimum wage is different, not only between a family to another, between a worker and another, but also for the north from the south, because in Italy, of course, the threshold of poverty is quite different in the north than in the south. And this implies simply to the risk to question the real role of the collective agreements at national level. So also for this reason, I'm very. I think that this point should be discussed in a very deep way. And this is linked also to the question of Fausta, because, okay, under a strict legal point of view, the answer to your question is no, it's not possible, because it's clear. The directive states that the obligation to promote collective bargainings concern all the member states, and the obligation to adopt also the international standards for the adequacy of wages concerns also only the state with a statutory minimum wage, so that the question is no. I am convinced that not only the directive does not provide for it, but I agree with the directive, because it's especially if these indicators are used by the courts. At least because if these indicators, we should choose between one of the two indicators. So to use both the indicators by the courts does not mean nothing, in my opinion. And then I repeat, the problem is that in this way we risk to not consider the question of supporting the collective bargaining in our system, and to contrast wage dumping in our system, which is the problem. So I agree with the approach of the courts, and this should suggest to give more effectiveness to Article 4 of the code, which is, in my opinion, the real core of the court. You know, how to promote collective bargaining in every member state. This could be the main point to especially in Italy.
Thank you for the answers, and we should end our session with the usual way by congratulating our panelists. So
we have 5-10 minutes. If people want to take pictures of the view of Florence, those are not here every day of the week, and then we will have the very important, last but not least, cherry on the cake of conversation with Silvana Sciarra on this topic. Order. Thank you. Thank you for everybody for your participation today, and we arrived to the last part of today's conversation and reflection. Now, I wouldn't need to do it if it were only Italians here, because Silvana Sciarra doesn't need an introduction, but given that there are also some non-Italians, let me say that Silvana is one of the most distinguished scholars of labor law in Italy and in Europe. She's been teaching labor law at the universities of Bari, of Siena, at the European University Institute, open autobiographical bracket. I studied there. I was in a different department, in political and social sciences, but one of my best memories was walking along to the Villa Schifanoia in the law department and listen to Silvana talk about labor law and European labor law and work and the law. And at the University of Florence, where she is now an emeritus professor. She's also held visiting positions around the world in places relatively well-known, such as Harvard, University of California, Los Angeles, Columbia, University College London, Cambridge, Warwick, Stockholm, and Lund. She was the co-director of one of the main journals of labor law in Italy, Giornale di diritto del lavoro e relazioni industriali, and she's published extensively, especially in the field of European labor law. She has 2 honoris causas doctorate, and she is also a member of the Accademia dei Lincei, which is the highest level scholarly institution in Italy. If you think that is enough, this is still only half of what I have to say, because in 2014, Silvana Sciarra was nominated member, judge of the Constitutional Court of Italy, and you just heard how important the courts are in the Italian system, and the Constitutional Court is the most important of all courts, okay? In 2022, she became the president of the Constitutional Court, only second woman to hold this, which is the 5th office in the Italian Republic. Recently, you left your duty and your service at the Constitutional Court, and you've been elected president of the Scuola Superiore della Magistratura, the high school for magistrates in Italy. Now, the interesting thing of having Silvana Sciarra here is that she was in the Constitutional Court between 2014 and 2023. For the topic of today, that is a crucial time. 2014 was the first time the minimum wage was mentioned in Parliament with the Jobs Act by Renzi. And so during this period, we didn't have Silvana Sciarra to be able to go around and talk freely about what she can think about that. I remember an interview, was, I think, a press conference last year, when you were asked about the minimum wage directive and the laws about the minimum wage, and you explained about the principle of fair wage and the Constitution and so on. And when the journalist insisted, yeah, but what should be the minimum wage? You say, that's not a question for me, that's a question for Parliament. And absolutely that was correct. But we are really happy to have you here and share your reflection today as a scholar of labor law and as somebody who has such an important experience in the field. Thank you, Silvana, for your presence, and the floor is yours.
For inviting me and for the nice words of introduction. I'm really very grateful for this invitation because it brings me back to my own field, and I've seen friends that I hadn't seen for ages, so I feel comfortable here. I don't feel comfortable with the keynote, as you wrote in the program, because this will not be a keynote. It will be just, I really wanted to hear, to listen, and to learn, which I have done. I have learned a lot today. And in fact, I want to congratulate the organizers and also the very brilliant speakers in our So I'm happy to be here because really I don't want to abandon my original passions, why and the culture of European social policies, which in my view nowadays mirrors the contradictions of European integration. This very time, this political social policies are the mirror of broader European contradictions. And I think this emerged very clearly this morning. In fact, I simply want to add a few comments, maybe attempt some remarks. But what I want to do is really share with you my impressions on issues which I think are very challenging, and discussions like the one we had today may help all of us in sort of making steps forward. 2 points. How does the contemporary discussion on wages, adequate wage, does this discussion influence those that I would like to call, and I've been thinking of this tonight, so I hope this, the symbols of European social law, the symbols of European social law, and how the same discussion expands the jargon that we typically use in this sphere. So symbols, now let me just anticipate that I think symbols displays substantive many times, and they display traditions. So the first one, the first symbol is social dialogue in its ascending and descending manners in all these years during the different historical phases of European society. And the return to the practice of the social partners being consulted, let's not forget that this practice had been abandoned for a while. So return to this practice is always a good sign, and it has been so for the difficult negotiations on, with some interesting patterns that we have heard today, but also the even more difficult negotiations on the platform workers directive. Now reappears on the scene. Sophie? I said interesting patterns. Why? Well, one has to do with the explicit exclusion of wages, of generation from EU competences, Article 153.5, which imposed an interesting exercise in interpretation of this, which I think is by all means very clear imperative in the treaty. This is interesting because the trade unions, and I've been talking with old friends and good friends from the a combined, so to say, negotiating attempt, which is their role, but also a diplomatic role, because they've been traveling around the whole, trying to convince governments. So that has been a very interesting return to social dialogue with this sort of diplomatic side to it. But it's interesting because it is mainly based on the interpretation of the, so to say, going around the treaty competence, a combined reading of the treaty with the case law of the European Court of Justice. So hence we could say this is really law in action as we use. It's pointing to the best qualities of those lawyers that want to display how important it is active in negotiations, then to combine the step forwards taken by negotiators with, because it is mainly case law on banning discrimination in employment, which that we need to recall today, going back to, I think it's 2007, Del Cerro Alonso. So wages have an impact on the evaluation of employment and evaluation of jobs as such, and they have impact on people's lives. So wages are frequently a very subtle and yet a very incisive of the unsolved problem of wage discrimination against men, against women, which is a crucial and very negative point for Italy. And why discrimination for work of equal value? And this is an important expression to be reminded of. And this displays an unacceptable condition of women. Therefore, the attempt we've been reading about of maybe issuing a directive on transparency, which puts an obligation on employers to be transparent on wage policy, particularly with regard to discrimination, maybe something to be welcomed, although we know that sometimes these sources may. However, and I agree with Lucio, employers have to be reminded of their duties. Transparency, therefore, has a much wider, how can I say, meaning, not only transparency on wages, but transparencies of practices on how they enforce working conditions at the workplace. This return to social dialogue that I mentioned a few minutes ago displayed, in my view, another interesting characteristic which has to do with families of EU countries. I don't know whether this word is still modern or a bit old-fashioned. Families, it's an expression which is still used in comparative law. I don't need to remind all of us of the work of S.V. Andersen. Maybe those families have to be reviewed in the face of current discussions, I don't know. But certainly the Scandinavian family, if that can be called a family, probably yes, the Scandinavian family turned out to be very coherent in defending national systems of collective bargaining, casting doubts on legislative initiatives on minimum. And this is not a novelty for labor lawyers and for social law lawyers, because we go back to the saga, the Laval saga. Wasn't it all about wages, after all, and defending the autonomous system of Swedish collective bargaining? And didn't the Court of Justice then go back to these decisions? Finnish case, I think, which I will never be able to pronounce, where they sort of reviewed the notion of salaries, going into the details of different voices of salaries. So it's not new to know that the Scandinavian countries have been against, and it's not new to rediscover this sort of tension which is worrying between stronger and less strong, maybe weaker economies. Hence, the notion of autonomy of collective bargaining, yet another symbol, certainly for the Scandinavian countries, but also important because Italy joins the family of Scandinavian countries. And so this is an enlarged family, which we like very much. You know, why not? We should have enlarged families. But is Italy with a very peculiar notion of collective autonomy, which was mentioned by Giovanni in particular and by other speakers, dates back to the 1960s in Italy, and sort of shows the emblem of what I would call constitutional adaptation, this notion of collective autonomy. Why? Because we have heard, and the Italian case is very well known, and perhaps it's not irrelevant to recall it briefly, because freedom of association is recalled in Article 39, paragraph 1 of the Constitution, freedom of association. But then there was no constitutional enactment of the following paragraphs of this article. So collective bargaining was not regulated by any law, not by a constitutional law, and so it went on its own way on collective autonomy. And this has been, so to say, a system of bargaining previously mentioned by many colleagues, so I won't go into the details, but certainly the ground of enforceability of collective agreements through a de facto extension, even to non-union members, which may be difficult to accept in other legal cultures, but that's what happened in Italy. For very good reasons, because there was a need to adapt the constitutional adaptation to the first paragraph, freedom of association, of Article 39. And adequate wages are the ones negotiated by representative unions and formalized in nationwide enforceable collective agreements. This has been the outcome of this ingenious and very innovative case law in Italy, developed early on in the 50s, so soon after the realization that there was not going to be an enactment of an enforcement of the Constitution of the Article 39. Very ingenious, even lower courts were sort of going that direction. And this because it was very clear that the unions didn't want any any legal intervention. They were in favor of this collective autonomy. They didn't want any interference in their private affairs, pretty much like in the UK, And in fact, there was a lot of work, a lot of scholarship in those years, sort of comparing Italy and the UK, which is a difficult comparison at first sight, but then it was very interesting because Italian scholars completely adopted this notion of collective laissez-faire, which had been developed by this leading scholar in Europe, Otto Canfreund, which was the father of European social law, meaning that his thoughts influenced so many scholars in all countries, and they were all, not a surprise, reformist scholars who were leading towards reforms of labor law, and very coherent reforms, probably because they had this parenthood there, this very strong figure which was influencing. Collective laissez-faire. Another symbol is industrial action, important symbol for European labor law and European social law. So worker power, Lucio, what Lucio mentioned as worker power. And the right to strike is, again, expressly excluded competence of the treaty, and no extensive interpretation whatsoever here we can attempt or can be proposed, although there are ways through apps. But I think I've been reading recently a piece by Giovanni Orlandini, the principle of transparency at the macro level. The directive on wages is implying this principle of transparency at the macro level, when there is visible inadequacy of the wages. Well, the most common tool, namely turning to collective action, to industrial action, in fighting against unjustified low wages, will not be available because of this clear exemption of the competence from the treaty. And so one of the symbols of national labor law will not assist collective bargaining and enhance the principle of autonomy of the social partners. But this vital nexus, which is a nexus for countries where there is no legal enforceability of collective agreement, or no minimum wage legislation, like in Italy, would be broken. But then, as somebody recalled this morning, lots of strikes in Germany. So the strike is back on the scene, and perhaps the symbol is not dead, but the symbol is coming up on the surface again. So symbols survive. A broader reflection. Are recent social law directives the outcome of compromises which tend to undermine everlasting symbols of labor law? Should, as scholars, come to terms with a less satisfying performance of the European legislators? Since all sorts of unexpected external shocks have been blocking the initiative of Europe. Every time there is one good reason to block social policies. The pandemics, for example, which inevitably stopped some of the initiatives. But certainly the pandemics conflicted with wider spectrum of social policies. This dilemma, again, is not new. And even when a worldwide affliction such as COVID-19 was not part of the picture, the idea of marginality of social policy inspired a large number of commentators, some kind of prediction, some kind of something was sort of acting against, some prediction that always under different circumstances, the most urgent goals would put social policies at the mark. Those priorities marginalized. But Fausta tells us there is a new narrative. There is a new narrative. So symbols again survive, or at least we hope they survive, and we should work towards making them survive. But then this dilemma is there, is in the background all the time. There are people sort of disaffectionate with the way European institutions And certainly an evolving interpretation of the wage directive, and of course a correct one, so I'm not saying that we should go beyond the letter of the directive, could help in sort of overcoming this negative narrative. So we could try to improve and magnify the impact of this directive, because this could be useful also to put social policies back in the front page of the European agenda. Another symbol comes to my mind, and I think we can recall this symbol up with what has been said this morning and this afternoon, and that's the symbol of what we call auxiliary legislation. Wonderful expression, a style, I would say, for labor lawyers in Europe, an attitude of the legislator, a methodology, which is just, it just happened to be shared in Europe in the 1970s, again, because of the influence of comparative labor law and of strong reformist figures in those years. So, state should support, I think it was you this morning, but state support to collective bargaining. Yes, that's what auxiliary legislation should be about. But how? Auxiliary, so supportive legislation, not intrusive legislation, but supportive. And perhaps the directive is that style, is that methodology, is auxiliary, is supportive. But how? Percentage of union members should provide criteria for the coverage of collective agreements, just one criterion, but with some doubts, with some criticism. But employers should make responsible. Employers should be made responsible for bringing up some criteria, and they should be the first ones to adopt those criteria and actually enforce the criteria. We now have a fully fledged archive of collective agreements in NEL, the National Council for Economy and Labour, an institution which was about to die and then was brought back to life, and we're happy for that. And that archive should be properly used, I think, should be properly used by both or by all social partners. So legislation should simply be supportive of such a natural evolution of collective autonomy, provide objective criteria, ideally conceived through negotiations like it was in the early 1990s. This again was called this morning. Criteria negotiated at the macro level in accordi interconfederali, and to measure representativity. And here comes another symbol, because representativity is an Italian word, really. I mean, in pure Oxford English, they didn't know representativity, but Lord Wedderburn liked it so much, and he decided it should become a word, and so it was again circulated among comparative labor lawyers, and it became the crucial measuring the role of unions, particularly when they are negotiators, when they bargain collectively, and there is a free autonomous system, and therefore they should bind the employer to the enforcement of the agreement. So how do we measure representativity? This is a major point in Italy. Giovanni and Fausta reminded us of this, the paradox. Italy continues to be a paradox. I think the main problem today is the representativity of employers in Italy. It was mentioned, because they become much less representative, if at all representative, of large companies, the ones who used to be the leading companies, particularly in the manufacturing and in metalworking. And I found a paper on metalworking very. So now issue is representativity of employers, crisis of employment associations, probably an even deeper crisis than the crisis of unions, of associations. And so something we should work on. And there are lots, there is literature in Italy, there are studies on employers. But should the directive play such an auxiliary role, going back the symbol, like to the model of legislation where principles of a constitutional relevance are at stake. Let me sort of go back to this second passion in my life, which has been second after labor law, fourth and the constitutional law. Because principles of constitutional relevance are pivotal in finding the right direction. For example, Italy has, and this is mentioned, principles of adequacy and proportionality enshrined in Article 36. I still find Article 36 one. I mean, let me say this. Workers have the right to a remuneration commensurate. This is a good translation in English. Not all translations are good. This is good. Commensurate to the quantity and quality of their work, and in any case, such as to ensure them and their families a free and dignified existence. Fantastic. And it's not so common to find such an explicit constitutional ruling. And we have, and Fausta was reminding us this morning, we have decent standard of living now in the directive coming very often, which again echoes these principles of constitutional relevance. But the same principles, and I sort of go as far as saying that they have a constitutional relevance of their own. We find in the pillar of social rights. So for possibly this is a relaxation. Somebody mentioned this word, relaxation of anti-labor measures. Relaxation is perhaps in this pillar, which we thought was nothing, and it proved to be a little more than nothing, because it probably meant, it was like a turning point, let's say this, in going back to some decent. And this is not a surprise, because principles that have been circulating for a long time, so they are solid, they are established, they are solid principles. They are there, they are in the pillar, and they converge towards common ends with other international principles. Again, good example of legislation, because the pillar recalls all international sources. Now, this is an obsession of mine. Extending the protection of fundamental rights done by constitutional courts, not only, but certainly, primarily by constitutional courts. Making all standards coherent, so maximizing the protection through the recalling and enforcing international standards, even in national court. I agree with Giovanni, perhaps the Supreme Court. Those are criteria, those are numbers, I mean, these are not principles, but courts should go back to ILO, should go back to conventional principles, and certainly to the Charter of Fundamental Rights. And this is important because courts develop in their case law in Europe a very coherent approach to fundamental rights. This has happened particularly after the austerity measures. Courts have been talking to each other a lot, and this is a good point. Dignity, equality, reasonableness, these are all words that we read in the case law of constitutional courts throughout Europe. They're important words. I really believe they are important words and concepts. And furthermore, the rich tradition of associations with different aims and with different orientations, which are meant to include individuals in groups. Go back to being part of groups, not only unions. Don't leave the individuals alone. Don't dissolve the values of citizenship, which are also the values of shared responsibility, the values of solidarity. And here comes another keywords nowadays: quality, reasonableness, and bringing back the individuals into groups. Again, a wonderful article of the Italian Constitution, Article 2, with the very clear language of the Constitution. The Republic recognizes and guarantees the inviolable rights of the person, because the person is at the center of our discussion today, isn't it? The worker, but the person, both as an individual and in the social groups where human personality is expressed. That is a very modern language, I think. Let me recall a couple of cases. I have a touch of pride here that I cannot deny, but also a touch of, I don't want to be self-referential, but there are two cases I sort of feel very affectionate to, and I was lucky to sort of be the rapporteur for those cases. One has to do with wage freezes, which again was mentioned this morning during the austerity measures. It's a case in 178, wage freezes in the public sector. It had to be accepted. There were budget laws, restrictions, what could be done, but this freeze went on and on, and the court said at some point, look, we can't take this anymore. You are violating freedom of association, Article 39.1. There is nothing else but paragraph 1. We won't go into the contents of the agreements because that's the autonomy of the social partners. So you go back to the negotiation, stop the freeze, and remember that budget laws have to be balanced against fundamental rights. And freedom of association is a fundamental right. That was important in my view, and I'm really grateful to my colleagues who allowed me to do this in the drafting of the case, because all sorts of international sources were recalled, and that was pretty new for the court in those days, and there was some resistance, but then we made it. And in decision number 51, 2015, again, the Constitutional Court stated, collective agreements are the external parameter for the judge to define the proportionality of wages. That's interesting, which according to the Italian Constitution should be sufficient, and we should say perhaps. Allora, the idea is to contrast wage dumping and non-representative unions, because the court refers to agreements signed by the most representative unions in marginal areas of the labor market. Now, here I am aware of the fact that despite the possibly some value of this decision, problems that have been mentioned by colleagues today are there. And so should this reading, by the way, this was referred to cooperative, working for cooperatives. And so they should apply the collective agreement, the closest collective agreement to their core business. Should this ruling of the Constitutional Court be read against the contradictions of Italian collective bargaining today, what will happen? So I'm aware of this. But then there is a nice inspiration coming from a recent case of the Court of Human Rights, and here comes again this sort of close connections of Constitutional Courts and European courts, both the Strasbourg and the Luxembourg Court. It's a German case, Association of Civil Servants, 2022, where freedom of association is put at the center of the court's arguments to prove that the exclusion of non-representative unions, consequently, the dominance of collective agreements signed by the most representative unions, like it has been happening in Italy. They are dominant because the most representative unions signed them. For example, a high level of membership, those are dominant unions and therefore dominant agreements, is a solution which does not contrast with Article 11 of the Convention, since it aims at the optimal well-functioning of the system of collective bargaining. Here comes another symbol, the system of collective bargaining. The whole system, coherent and sort of complex, but nevertheless functioning machinery. Machinery is a word which is often used when you refer to collective bargaining. The core value of Article 11 is fully respected, and one could say heightened for the sake of a large number of workers. So this is an inspiration. But nevertheless, all the problems that have been mentioned today are there and are for us to solve. Just a few words on the jargon, which I mentioned is another word that came to my mind. But who knows? I mean, I have a very small granddaughter, which working during the day, so perhaps I was very tired last night. But nevertheless, jargon. Wage problem, don't we hear this very often? noi diciamo questione salariale, si legge spesso, questione salariale, wage problem. Questione salariale and wage is linked to declining collective bargaining. This is the jargon, decline. Pirate agreements, isn't that scary? Pirate agreements, they attack the collective, so they attack a symbol, they attack the symbol of collective agreements. And then risk of poverty, how frequently the word risk is occurring in the current jargon of social law. Uncertainty linked to rising inequalities, young people, future generations being part of destructive narrative because they are anxious, the anxiety dominates their lives, policymakers are slow, they don't see the problems, they are contradictory. Climate litigation, which now sees young people going to court. There are very interesting cases pending Strasbourg court. Strategic litigation, which I am very much in favor of. Well, risks has been recalled in constitutional case law. There is work done some years ago by Claire Kilpatrick at the UI and Bruno De Witt on the risk, and Giulia has up some of those in Giulia Frosecchi. Austerity measures brought about risks, and so the court had to take into account when they were adjudicating the risk brought about by austerity measures. And they were incorporated, this risk was incorporated in. So I think the new platform work directive, and I'm really finishing now, and sorry if I've taken too much time, describes the relevance of facts, the primacy of facts. The existence of an employment relationship should be guided primarily by the facts, not what the parties tell you, but what the facts. And so courts are relevant in judging the facts. My inclination is that courts can play can continue to ascertain the notions of adequacy and proportionality. Of course, there are all the uncertainties that we heard today, but let me just say one final word. I don't think we should treat poverty and low wages together. I think there are two different levels to describe these terrible and critical issues of contemporary discussions, and somebody has been saying this again. Here comes Martha Nussbaum, which was so a scholar very, very, very dear to Riccardo, and I like her very much too. She says a compassionate society can still be very unjust. So do we want a compassionate state now? Do we want a compassionate state? Do we want an active state? A state which is in support of all the symbols that I have very, very reminding you of, and sorry if I have taken too much of it.
Thank you very much for this really inspiring reflection, which have ranged on a number of aspects and concepts and ideas. Wonder why we have still a few minutes if there are questions. Yeah, we don't have much time, but a few minutes. If there are any questions, I want to be a censor at all. Really? But not yet, at least. Well, let me say thank you to Silvana, but also thank you to everybody for the participation today. Thank you for our technical staff for making it possible to have this inspiring day. I think it has worked in the sense that, I mean, I think people understood each other really, really well. And the dialogue between labor law scholars and social political scientists we demonstrated that it is possible and it is useful, I mean, both things. And maybe we are seeing a revival of this, thinking about that. You know, recently, Rutz Dukes and Wolfgang Streeck wrote a book together and so on. So I really hope it is a step towards, you know, further discussion and reflections, projects together in order to understand this, the complex implication of the wage setting. Clearly, it has been said many times, wages are back on the agenda. For a while, it was fashionable to only talk about more abstract things, but really, wages shouldn't be abandoned. Have become back a very, very important topic for the study of inequality, poverty, and work. And the three dimensions are all equally relevant. Given that there is so much work going on, both at the theoretical and empirical level, I just want to remind you that for the comparative or European level topics, the European Journal of Industrial Relations welcomes contribution on this, whereas on the Italian one, there are both the Stato Mercato and the Giornale di Diritto del Lavoro e Relazioni Industriali, which are really interested in contributions on this. So I hope still no particular questions? Okay, but we finish on a high note. So thank you, everybody. And for those who come from far away or less far away, have a safe journey back or enjoy the last few minutes of a nice afternoon in Florence. Thank you.